Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our special county council meeting on December 16th. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9:30 a.m. And we will start with our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge Athabasca County is located on First Nations Treaty 6 and Treaty 8 traditional territory. We respect and honor all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples' connection to these lands, their history, language, and culture. And we have Councillor Kapitanek joining us on Zoom. I'm looking for an approval of the agenda. As we know, we're in a special meeting, so unless there is a unanimous consent to make any changes, additions.
So we canceled the committee, the whole meeting to have a special meeting to focus on budget. And I know we've got a delegation coming, but I would propose we delete everything but the delegation and the budget because this was proposed for budget. We've got bad weather coming tomorrow, and I'd like to get the budget done so that I don't have to come back to town on Thursday to deal with what we should have been able to finish today. Most of this stuff can be tabled to another time, everything in 5.1, etc. So this is not my understanding of the special meeting that we agreed to when we set it up.
It is my understanding that this is what we had agreed to as we were changing our committee of the whole meeting to accommodate what the usual committee of the whole meeting is, as well as the special meeting to be able to change to a special meeting to be able to make those decisions. So I'm opposed as we're very well prepared here, I believe, with our department updates that we haven't seen for some time. So I would be opposed to deleting the remainder items on the agenda, as you mentioned. But council, go to a vote to, I believe you were asking to delete 4.1, 5.1, 2, and 3, 6.1, and all of closed items.
Well, or at least to table, like, we should show the budget the respect it deserves. It's the most important decision we make. Let's do that first and then focus on the things that can wait if they need to. But I mean, we did absolutely not talk about shifting committee of the whole to a special meeting. We talked about canceling committee of the whole to replace it with a budget meeting. And so when I got into the agenda, I was shocked to see all these other things added. And again, just speaking for myself, I don't want to take the safety risks of coming back to town on Thursday if I don't need to, if the weather is going to be as bad as is predicted on Wednesday.
Can I offer a compromise that we switch the 6.3 to be in front of 4.1? And then we have our delegation come in and we carry on with the budget until it's complete. And then depending on the time that we have, we can go through the rest of the items.
That to me seems like a more respectful and appropriate way to handle budget.
Okay. Is that fair with everyone that we rearrange for our 2026 draft operating and capital budget 6.3 to be before 4.1? Okay, may I have a motion to accept the agenda as discussed? Or to receive the agenda as discussed?
I'll move that motion.
Thank you very much from Deputy Reed Mins to approve the agenda as discussed. All those in favor? Aye. And opposed? Okay, so we have 8 and 1. Thank you. So we will jump right into 6.3, which is on page 78 of your agenda package. Alrighty, so we tabled this from our last December 16th meeting and we were at, which will be on your agenda package from today, the GIS portion of the agenda, page 139. I do want to quickly point out as well, I believe we have a duplicated page on page 137. The fire capital plan, the budget change request form is also on page 170, I believe is a duplication. So just so we have a heads up there that we went through page 137 in our prior meeting, page 170 is a duplication. Alrighty, so we will start, pardon me, on page 138. The GIS services, portion of our budget. If everyone is ready to go, does anybody have any questions? Please go ahead, Councillor Hall.
Just for admin, have there been any changes to the budget since we last saw it? Like, is the version in this agenda, is there anything different in here from the one we saw the other day?
Councillor Hall, there is no, this is the SAC budget that we were looking at last week.
Yes, exactly. And you're just compiling the discussion matters that we had on the last meeting, and that will be coming forward at a later date.
Correct.
Correct, thank you. Okay. So does anybody have any questions with regards to the GIS services? Everybody's happy? Okay, we will move to on page 140 of your agenda package, human resources and safety. Are there any questions? Concerns? Comments? Is everyone satisfied with the particular human resource? Please go ahead, Councillor Dowling.
The professional fees, are they itemized to someplace? If they are.
It would be on 2246 on page 141.
So
And
that's just professionals and legal services, huh?
2246 for other professional fees, I
Yeah.
believe. Is that what you're looking at? That was for the HR consultant. Is that the one you're looking at?
Yeah, that's the one. That's getting fine.
Okay. Is that okay?
Fine.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, we're moving forward to the legislative budget on page 142. Do we have any comments, questions on this one? Please go ahead, Councillor Hall.
You know, given that we're working hard to tighten up budgets and trim where we can, I wonder if council should lead by example and eliminate the meals for meetings, which is in budget line 2211.
For 12,500? Well, you know, in looking at that, I'm hoping that maybe we can actually ask administration to look at what our actuals were last year. And if that's possible, because I know training and for conferences, or conferences for sure seem to be really a lot lower than what we budgeted for last year. So I would like to really have a look at what our actuals were before we make any other major changes, just to see if we can lower that particular item from the 68,000. I think, if I'm not mistaken, we didn't spend anywhere near the 7,300 per counselor. We were more like 3,500, so we could almost cut that one in half. Please go ahead, Councillor Capitania.
Oh, I was just going to echo that sentiment because meals are their own specific line, and I think it would be a really good example if that was eliminated. I mean, we cannot eliminate a training line or a mileage line, whether the actual is the budget or not, because those things are essential. But I know myself, I would, and am planning to make healthier choices in the new year, as I do every January. And it is something that, I mean, I will say, I've heard the rumblings before, not even in this term or the previous, but just as a general sentiment. I understand why meals are provided and sometimes the public doesn't. And in asking councillors of the past, it really was to keep the meeting running smoothly, that if councillors went downtown to get lunch or something, they could end up chatting or meetings being delayed. But at the end of the day, other people go to work and they have to bring their own lunch. And I don't see any reason why we shouldn't be the same.
Thank you. I will also mention as well, just exactly what you said, when councillors are Lunch is provided, like you say, to keep meetings running smoothly, quickly, efficiently, especially if we're able to work through a lunch. For having to leave to go downtown, especially in the winter, you're starting your vehicle, et cetera, et cetera. For the small amount of the 12,500 that is, I would be curious to know what the actuals were. And for the small amount that it is, I would rather see it tightened up around the actuals for our conferences, et cetera, that are not being utilized. And I think you would find a bigger bang for your buck there rather than remove not only the convenience, but the absolute efficiency of it. So, but that's up to council. Where's council at with that one? Okay, I have one shaking their head no for leave the meals in. Okay, leave the meals in. Okay,
I'm fine bringing my own. I'm fine bringing my own. I also have a different diet than everyone else, so I feel like me alone would maybe alleviate some stress off our wonderful admin who accommodate me. So I'd be fine bringing mine own, but.
okay,
We're not talking about mutually exclusive items. Why not do both? There's no, like, we've said it's this or that. Do them both. Lead by example. No other job I've worked at provides me lunch every day.
okay, thank you. Then I will just also mention this isn't a regular job. We are elected officials. We are more of a contract situation. My home office is at home. It's not here. So there's that aspect to think about. Councillor Captain.
I do understand, I do see the efficiencies in keeping meals here.
Okay,
I think the meal should stay.
okay.
Yeah.
Most definitely, I feel the same.
Okay, so, and Councillor Capitanic, your remove meals? Yes, okay, so that's 3. So I think our poll kind of covered that, but I would still like to see what the actuals are, if that's something that we can bring forward. Is that possible, Director Daly? To bring the actuals forward for the training 2143, with regards to the conferences, and those types of things, the training, as well as the meals actual. Is that possible?
Yes, we haven't broke out by division, but we can summarize them. May I make a suggestion?
Please.
I know I was just looking at the detail and I ran it this morning. For example, we have insurance for budget 5,900 and then 6,000 in 2026. We spent in 2024 1,214, and in 2025 so far we spent 911.
Okay,
So it could be possibly an item that's not being overspent if we budgeted 59 in 2025, but we only spent 911. I think most of our insurance, there will be some charge back from our prepaid because we prepay and then we charge back. But if we're only at 1,224 so far year to date, we're at 900. Could be a better line item that you might potentially want to look at rather than some line items, because the meals are basically 2211 is basically split between each person. So we'll reconcile it and give the totals of all of them. But if you're like just looking at some of those line items, some of them aren't being fully utilized.
perfect.
Thank you.
I appreciate that, because yeah, the more we can start looking at more towards our actuals, I think it really makes a big difference in our bottom line. So I would really appreciate that coming forward. Is that fair for council? Okay. Is there any other things we want to discuss in the legislative draft budget? Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to the library board, which is on page 145. And page 146. Is there any comments, questions, concerns on this one? I see, like we mentioned earlier, there's just a slight increase to the transfers to other organizations just due to their requests. And other than that, it looks pretty status quo. So if there's nothing here, we'll move to the next item, planning and development.
Oh, I was just gonna ask a question.
Oh, I'm so sorry I missed that. Please go ahead.
Sorry, I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but through the chair to members of the library board, I guess because I'm not on the library board, my question is and has our budget been sufficient?
If I may, Chair.
Please go ahead.
When I look at this, I don't recall the travel and substance being utilized to that degree. I would have to look back. I would be totally all right for that line item to come back. I don't recall it coming close to that at all. Could we also have that back with actuals as well and bring it forth for next meeting? Just to see where we're at. I would definitely agree with that, Councillor Capitania.
Which item, I'm sorry?
For travel and substance 2211.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just follow up through the chair. And that's awesome. Thank you, Councillor Chanzik. And my question really was, are we giving the library board enough money? But that's just supposedly, I guess, a yes. Thank you.
You know what? There has not been any requests from our 3 respective libraries to have an increase. So I feel it's pretty accurate.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, and is it okay to bring those actuals back? Please go ahead, Director Daly.
Through the chair, I do have the actuals year to date for both 2143 and 2211. The training, and I compared to 24, training in 24, I guess was 315. Year to date, we have not spent anything or charged anything to 2143. And in 2211, 27740, 2211, the budget of 6,000, we have not charged anything to that line item yet either. So 0 for actuals. And that was the same in 2024. There was 0 charged to 2211.
And this is all library board?
Yes.
So training, I'm sorry, which?
Professional fees.
If I may.
Please go ahead.
So some of the respective things coming up within the library board is the possibility is we're looking into some professional services, contracted services as well, just so that there is that little bit of room there. And because we do also have some new members as well, Public Library Service Branch does offer a lot of training. And this last year, we did have a slight uptake of some of our members wanting to take that in because it is a legislated board. I feel that it's important to have something, but if it could be lowered, I mean, I think that it's one of those things, it's member availability too.
Could I just ask Director Daly to repeat those numbers again? I was having trouble catching up to where the line item was.
Okay,
Through the chair, Councillor Hall. Sorry, I made a. So we have 0 budget for training, but we spent 315 in 2024 and 0 to date. We have 6,000 in travel and subsistence. The number is 2211. We spent 0 in 24 and 0 in 25 to date. And then for professional fees, we have the 5,000, which we spent 66 in 2024, and to date in 2025, we spent 0. So training, we do not have a budget, but we did spend 315 in 2024, but 0 to date.
okay, thank you. Does that, please use your microphone? No, you're good? Okay, please go ahead, Councillor Chamsey.
I mean, when I look at the travel and subsistence, I mean, I feel more than comfortable. I would say to even we could probably put that down to $1,000 or something and see where it goes from there and see what this year brings.
Is that fair, everyone?
Yeah, sorry.
Please go ahead, Councillor.
I don't think we should leave that budget line without anything because the
You never know.
circumstances, you never know, so.
Yeah. Absolutely. So is everyone satisfied with 1,000, 1,500? Where do you feel comfortable?
I'd probably say about 2,000.
2,000? Okay. That is 2211. Is that fair for everyone?
So, what was the actual for last year? Sorry.
Through the chair, Councillor Dwalik. Actuals for travel and subsistence 2211 in 2024, I have 0. And so to date this year, so I ran a report this morning and it was also 0 posted.
So when a member goes to 2 meetings, so where the mileage, where does it come out of?
So as a counselor, yours would go towards legislative budget, but the members at large, how does it work?
It comes through the county budget and feel pretty confident. One of our members, I'm sure it was within the calendar year last year that we attended a training session in Bakerville. I will double check to see if it was within that calendar year. Perhaps it was in 23.
Or is there an adjustment or a change that needs to be not quoted properly? I don't know. So maybe we should get a comeback on that one, Director Daly.
Through the chair, there is under ledge, there is a general training, general travel and subsistence, and a general professional consult. 2143, 2211, 2234. There was no budget for it, but there is charges for both 24 and 25. I suspect where it is this general, it may be where like outside board members potentially. I can't speak for sure without running into detail. I only have the summary here, but it could be potentially that's where outside reps, board members, etc., may be charged to because it's general. Whereas all the councillors has each line item for each of their travel assistance, etc. Where these are general, although it's not budgeted, I do see charges there for both the prior, like current year and last year. So potentially, but I'd have to dig in deeper to see exactly what line items are charged there. But I suspect it could potentially be that's where board members may be charged.
So more information to come.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So go ahead, please, Councilor Daly.
Oh, yes, yeah. So in a case like that, it would just be a transfer into 2411 from legislative ones.
Yes, through chair, if there was if there was charges to a specific cost center and we wanted to transfer it to the particular board, and there is a budget under, say, for example, library board, but no budget under council, so we could make a journal entry and just transfer it in so it shows where appropriate for that particular committee.
Perfect. Okay. Okay, awesome. Anybody else? Go ahead, please, Councilor Hall.
I missed a note when we were talking about legislative stuff that I wanted to connect with before we get too far down or too far away from it.
Okay,
But in the library, doesn't look like there's a lot of wiggle room on any of that. It's all transfers to other places. On page 144 of the agenda, or 60 of the budget, under line item 2511, there's a budget line for laptops for council, and I recognize that's relates to the possibility of, change at election time. But the question for admin is, because of the recent change in policy, is zero enough in 2026, given that remains possibility at any point in the calendar year for a laptop to be upgraded or changed? And I gather some returning councillors might have already switched theirs out and some haven't, but if those older ones start to be problematic, should we not have a budget line to cover them? You shouldn't have to be forced to spend money in the election year just because it's the election year. If the computer's good to carry on for another couple of years, no problem. But I think we should leave some cash in that account or in that budget line.
okay,
And would look for admin's recommendation or comment. Maybe that's off track, or they have another plan.
is there a recommendation today or something that can come back?
Madam Chair, if I was going to pick a number today, I'd probably say each year we should accommodate for the potential of 2 laptops failing, something like that. So maybe $4,000, something like that.
Thank you. Deputy Minns?
Would that not be, is that covered under IT right now, somewhere in administration? Probably, I would suspect.
It's IT and it's also, so what it is covered by IT.
Okay, it's covered by IT.
Okay,
So that's the answer.
Yeah,
so we don't. Okay.
so do we really need to put any money in there because of if a computer?
No, if it's in IT, it's covered.
Perfect.
All right, good catch. All right, everybody's happy? All right. And library board, everybody's happy, so I think we're able to move forward to planning, yeah, everybody's happy, yeah, okay. Planning and development on page 147. Where are we at there, folks? Looking good so far. No questions, no concerns, no comments? Go ahead, please, Counselor Hall.
Can we just, is the, I didn't grab my calculator here, but the increase in salaries year over year is about 40,000, so that looks like almost 10%. Is that? Can we just understand why that change is so big? Because our COLA doesn't.
Could be positions are filled now, but I don't know.
Through the chair, Councillor Rawl, I suspect some of it is where we have allocations for different employees that some of them, we have our main people that's charged under planning development. And then there's a couple employees that's allocated to planning development with the percentages. I think this year we kind of, in 2026, we kind of looked at the salaries and tried to get people made sure everyone was quoted properly and make sure if there's any allocations that they're properly allocated to the specific cost centers. So you are correct. The 2% is not 40,000. It's roughly across the board, probably 200,000 for the whole organization. So yeah, I think it probably just allocations and just the way the salaries are with the benefit salaries and benefits together.
Madam Chair, we can look into that.
Thank you. All right. I'll just make a note here. There you go. Anybody else have any questions, concerns, comments? Gone. Alrighty, next item up, we have recreation services. This is on page 150 of your agenda package. We also have an item coming up later if we have time on recreation fee changes, but that's not captured in this particular budget at this time. But it's something to think about when we get there if council chooses to make changes. Are there any questions, concerns, or comments on this one? Go ahead, please, Councillor Hall.
So I think the amounts on the on page 152 under line 2755 for multiplex capital, that 300 could be reduced to 225 based on additional work of the board and belt tightening that they're working on to trim and prioritize. And the operating is still at 1.242, but the budget was an interim budget was approved yesterday, I think was the language we used, with the idea that there would be still some further discussions in the new year to see are there ways to tighten that as well. So on the capital side, it's actually less than the multiplex told us it would be last June.
Okay. So you said 225?
Yeah, it was approved at, sorry, I'm wrong. It was
It'd be
approved at 450.
270.
Yeah, I did the math wrong. Because I did 50%.
60% of 450.
Right.
Thank you.
So not
Okay.
225, 270.
Yep. Operating hasn't moved yet.
Go ahead, please, Councillor Stasiak.
Just for clarification for us newbies, I guess, the switch from a 50-50 split happened last year, I believe. And so this number of
Just as a correction, it happens as of January 1, 2026.
okay, because I was just curious, the changeover from 985 to I lost my page here, but
985 to 1240, 1.242 mil.
yeah, 1.24. So does that reflect the 40-60 split as well as an increase, or just the 40-60 split?
It reflects both, I believe. So it reflects the first year of the new 60-40 split between the two parties.
Mhm.
And this year, Actually, the capital stayed the same. The operating went up by 5%. So the operating at the multiplex went up by 5, is my understanding.
Okay, and so is there any places where they can tighten their belt, or like is 5% just a standard thing? Like, is there any incentive for them to tighten things up a little bit there?
Madam Chair, that would be a question for Arms Board, and we've got 3 members here.
And I believe Councillor Hall just mentioned they did some tightening yesterday and
I
passed
would
it.
refer to my previous comments of 90 seconds ago.
Right.
That's the work that is going on. They are working hard to do that. There are some unknowns. So we fully expect, for example, in the current year, the utilities to come in under budget, but because of some repairs to dehumidification units and that type of thing, the utility budgets are down year over year, but will still be higher than what we expect the year end to be because of this unknown of the dehumidification piece. There's additional work related to the for the admin was kind of tasked to continue looking at it and look for ways to reduce the deficit, which happens either through increasing revenues or decreasing expenses. But from the time I've been looking at the budget, I don't get the sense that there's a mountain of fat to trim there. And I think the other thing, because you asked the question that's important to get everybody thinking about, it sort of implies that the measure of success relates to the absolute deficit. And I think that's a flawed logic in general. Everything the municipality touches is subsidized. The roads get subsidized, the water gets subsidized, and very little of it actually provides a return on what generates its own money. So as much as managing the deficit is important and critical, growing revenues matters. I think the best metric of success, as I understand them, would be to say, looking at the deficit per paid user. Sadly, we don't have the ability to count unpaid users, but there are, as you know, many people who use the facility that don't pay because they come in as part of a hockey, watching hockey or watching figure skating. The facility provides benefit to those residents as well, but we just can't capture them because there's no someone sitting there with a clicker. So then on that basis, I think we want to be careful. If the only goal was the smallest deficit, the best financial performance that I'm aware of was during COVID when the doors were locked. And I would submit to you that that's not the metric that we want to use, because locking the doors is not the reason we have the building. So it's a balance between how do you keep the expenses in line, how do you keep the revenues where they need to be, but really, I could tell you my personal bias is I'd be happy with an even slightly larger deficit if it was actually more full, right? Like if there was more people there more of the time, and that's one of the tasks that the admin team there has been tasked with, is growing the number of people who are paying to use the facility. If that makes sense. And they're running programs and they're doing things to try to grow that. So it's there are other experts in the room. Probably our CIO has worked rec and knows that, and he could provide advice maybe on his thoughts relative on the budget if there's more work to do there. But I'm confident that the admin team is at the multiplex side takes their budget seriously and is working hard to provide the best value for the dollar that they can gather.
Okay, thank you very much. So, and just quickly, folks, we have our delegation here, and I apologize, we're running a little bit late into your time. Just as a reminder, we're looking at the goal as an interim budget, and that we will be bringing this back as well in the new year when we have more information, so that we can make amendments as well.
Wanted more clear understanding. I figure how it's work there.
Absolutely. Okay, you're good? Awesome. So we can table this item for our delegation until after our delegation, folks. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so much. I don't see any opposed. We'll get everybody settled here this morning. Maybe if we can just take 2 minutes and get you all settled, if we could, please. Just a 2-minute recess. Did Counselor Capitania? Okay, awesome, thank you. Just before we are we live? No. No, that's okay. We're live, folks. And ready to go. I don't want to hit the dinger because that freaks me out.
Do it.
No, I'm not hitting the dinger. Yeah, we're ready to go. Awesome. Thank you so very much. Yeah, everybody wants me to hit that doorbell, but it scares the Jesus out of me. All right, folks. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here today. We have somebody new. Is it Corporal Alex? Alex is with us. So we will start with introductions and I will start on my right, please.
Morning. Thanks for coming. Rob Mins, Division 8, Baptiste Lake, Island Lake area. Mike.
Ken Stasiuk, Division 1, bottom end of the county, where all your troubles are. Welcome.
Cody Callahoo, first term county councillor residing in Ward 9, which is north of the river.
Good morning, it's Brian Hall. I was elected in Division 4.
Kelly Chamsick, Division 7, Grassland, Atmore, Crossfeed areas.
Morning, Lucille Chisholm, Division 3. So I'm from the Boyle, Caslin, Elscott area.
Good morning, Jack DeHolick, Division 6, the Alpac Wandering River area.
And I am Tracy Holland, Division 5, which is east of Athabasca, so Paxton, Amber Valley, Parkview areas, as well as some beautiful subdivisions we have just south of town here and a little bit to the east, as well as the reeve of the county. We also have with us communications, is it coordinator or manager? Coordinator, I'll get that one day, Jordan Schenkelberg. We have our recording secretary, Leah Blair, and our CAO, Bob Beck. And please go ahead and introduce yourself, if you don't mind.
So I'm Corporal Alex Brown. I'm most recently out of the Boyle detachment coming down from Wabasca. So I've been through the community for quite some time. I'm very excited to be here.
Awesome. Thank you so very much and welcome. And we're happy you're here as well. And I will turn it over to Staff Sergeant Mr. Mark Hall.
Morning, everybody. Good to see you all again. So because there's some new faces here, I just want to let you all know that Athabasca Detachment doesn't just police the county and Two Hills. We actually have quite a larger area that goes up into the MD and it focuses a lot around Calling Lake. So when I talk about my numbers, that's where some of the numbers are coming from here, not specific to the county side, but I do have some information for that as well. So our priorities this year, we focused on property crime and we focused on habitual offenders as well as drugs and alcohol abuse in the area here. For the second quarter and now into the third quarter, we're looking at good reductions in the amount of property crime as well as the drug offenses on that. One of our biggest keys that we've been using here is the dealing with our habitual offenders. So when somebody is on conditions from the courts, we make sure we follow up with them and they're making sure they're abiding by them. By us doing this, it keeps them from repeating that same behavior over and over again. Is it a solve all end all? No, it's not going to be. We need to be able to find ways to change those behaviors. But for what we're doing right now, we've been able to take some significant events that have happened over this past year and reduce them down considerably. Last year, if you know, there was a state of local emergency that happened up in the northern part of my area here. And that got reduced down at the beginning of the year to an alert, more of an alert. And so they've taken away the state of emergency here, which was a good win for the amount of policing that we've done up in that area there. Generally, in the Athabasca area here, we look at the numbers wise. The county of Athabasca and the town of Athabasca are my biggest areas here for what produces the most volume of calls for us. In just this past year here, the county had 243 calls for service. That was made up 33.9% of the call volume for us here. So that's generally where we spend a lot of our time and good focus here. Number one call for us for this past year here has been MVCs, motor vehicle collisions, deer collisions, things like that. That's the number one call for us by far. We've got a lot more of that than anything else. Second and third are breach of peace and well-being checks, and suspicious persons are up there in number 4. So The criminal side of things are way down the list, which is a good thing. Where we spend a lot of our time here, again, is dealing with those habitual offenders, which keeps that criminal element from resurfacing here. Now, does it stop it all 100%? No. And when you're become a victim once, it's a hard thing for us to say that that our stats are way down, but you're starting to feel people are still feeling that safety for them is of concern. So that's where we are spending a lot of our time. This just for the county alone here, we had 82 from October 1st to today. We've had 82 collisions in the area here, and we just had that one recently here with the bus that down south. It was mostly due to the road conditions where the bus went into the ditch there. Thankfully, nobody was seriously injured in that or passed away. So that's one of our most significant ones. The assaults on this past little bit here were 8. We had 8 assaults in the area here. Mental health calls, we had 2. Mental health calls generally are fairly far up there. We have quite a few of those. And we have our RPAC Regional Police and Crisis Team nurse still in our building here, and she teams up with one of my members or one of Boyle's members when she has the opportunity to help deal with some of those situations there. So it's a great resource for us. Overall, seeing really good numbers here for things climbing down. Pretty happy with the way the response has been, and the feedback from the community has been really positive here as well. So with that, I don't have a lot else to tell you here. It's been really challenging this past year, and but like I said, we have had some good results. So that's all I have for you.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm just going to comment, I'm seeing the green blinking lights. I know that's not for Christmas, but you all have your body cams now.
Yes, correct. We had ours, we got trained on ours in September. I'm not sure when Boyle got theirs. All my members are outfitted with these cameras here, so you'll see that out there, and we're gonna do our best effort here to actually provide some of the video out to the communities that we can. There are things we absolutely cannot, but they're great tools for us actually. So,
That's fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. No, does council have any questions, comments? Anything they'd like to ask? Go ahead, please, Councillor Chisholm.
I guess to the Boyle detachment, just I've heard some concerns from ratepayers about the service that is provided. So when an incident happens out there, and I guess it's a question as to maybe how you guys, so we understand what's going on, but and clarification. But when thieves, some break-ins, those type of things, and we have big items go missing from garages such as boats, those kind of things. And when they call, there's not even an RCMP that's detached to even come and take a look at some of the break-in aspect. And there's always a form that has to be filled out before anybody will even like return a call. So these are kind of some of the questions and concerns that we have in Division 3 that I've heard. So just asking, letting you know. Please.
I'll address that if you like. What I'll do is just start out maybe what's been going on.
Yes, please. Yeah.
All right, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Sergeant Dennis Paperzzi. I run the Boyle detachment, so we run the village, grassland, all the summer villages. I'm also responsible for Buffalo Lake Métis settlement, which has a memorandum of understanding and an agreement in place with an advanced member.
Thank you.
Sorry. And we go all the way up to Waterloo River, but we have quite a large area. So we do, I think it's about 180 kilometers north. So that stretch of 63 goes into Lac La Biche County as well. Fort Mac comes down about halfway for us. So very large area with the bare bones staff. So I'll just, before I go into what's been going on for this quarter, to address your concerns, we really highly rely on people calling us for problems in the area. On an average day, we have 2 on days, 2 on nights. So if you start doing the figuring on our jurisdictional boundaries from north to south, east to west, impossible to be everywhere, just impossible. So a lot of crimes in progress. We want the calls right away. So we're a very big proponent, especially the summer villages this time of year, when people leave all their property there from the summer, boats, RVs, quads. If they don't have an alarms or some way of notifying them and they call us a few days after the fact or a week, we're at the mercy of what they can provide us. What we're talking about documents is a declaration of loss. That determines for the courts that you legally own that property. If we do catch somebody in possession of it, it saves you or whoever the victim is from having to go to court just to testify that it's their property. It averts that process for them, which is long and lengthy. That we have to have on file as part of the investigation. As far as any physical evidence, if it's an exterior area, they didn't touch anything. There's no witnesses, there's no surveillance. The neighbors didn't see anything. We're at the same information the property owner has. So we feel we're really trying to play catch up with all these yahoos. But if we don't get called when they're in the property and get the chance to box them in and potentially apprehend somebody, we're chasing our tails a little bit as well. The fact that somebody didn't physically come out to a ratepayer, that's where the buck stops with me. So if that's the case, I've made a lot of contacts in the community. I'm very approachable. I need to know that because my motto is if you call, we do come. It might not be right away. If I'm on a fatal collision or have my guys on a fatal collision on Highway 63, that's all we're doing for the whole day, maybe even a 2. So we have to prioritize where we're going. Property crime is always going to take a back seat if somebody calls 911 and they're being assaulted or their life's in danger. Always going to be taking that call first. So we have to triage. So I like to talk to people and explain it might be 2 or 3 days you didn't get somebody out there, but this is what was going on. So they have an understanding of, I get it. So we'll do what we can. But I like to say that we're at the mercy of the public helping us as well. And we are a team. So if we're not getting much help from the general public, it's a very difficult job for us. So big proponent of my guys and girls is make those community contacts, get out there, let people know we are there, and they got to call us. If they don't call, not much we can do. So I'll back up. Speaking to July through September. So I went through some growing pains this summer. We lost most of our senior staff to transfers, and in exchange, we all had new recruits come. So what that does for the detachment puts us on pressure. For the first 6 months, they have to be on a training program. They meet 2-month, 4-month, and 6-month benchmarks before they can get signed off that you're okay. Now we can build on their stuff. So I get bodies, but they can't go into a vehicle and be full on police officers like we can rely on 100%. So there's that growing pain where we have to train for most of the summer is what it took. And I had 3 guys left that could train. So I had 3 guys training 3 new guys. So a lot of stress. I haven't had a corporal since November of last year. So that put a lot of stress on me because I'm trying to do a corporal, a sergeant, and a constable job all in one. It's a lot, but that's my problem, but the service remains 100% as much as we can. It's not going to be disrupted. That's our job to figure it out. So, so this summer we had a recruit from Quebec come. One came from southern Alberta and another one from Alberta as well. So they're familiar with the area, young junior though. So what I mean by their benchmarks, 2 of them are at that benchmark. One was October, one's December, and the third one will get signed off in January. That's when they meet all their requirements with the training program, that we don't have any problems, nothing to if there was any issues with some of their development, we might have to extend them a bit. So I'm pretty fortunate that they're pretty switched on and very, very eager to be in the area. So they've done well. The priorities that we set for the year, and my thing is keep it very broad. If you keep something very specific, then we gotta really focus on 2 specific. So traffic safety was one, and police community relations. So the traffic safety that I want is my guys on the road, working with traffic services, the CPOs. We got a good relationship with them, also the sheriffs. So we'll do check stops in the summer and the busy months when we can. If we get an influx of people coming in for concerts, any of the activities, we all kind of take some responsibility to make a more of a police presence or officer presence on the highways to deal with the influx of people coming in traffic wise. I'm a big proponent of traffic safety. Traffic enforcement to me is one thing, but traffic safety to me would be trying to target the people that deserve it the most. The high-risk offenders that are passing unsafely, the suspended drivers, the impaired drivers, the drug impaired drivers. Those are the people we want to target the most. And we see other things, school zones, stuff like that, where we need to be more. I get it that there's a lot of traffic complaints we get because our stretch of the highway is huge. We just can't get to it all. So we try to focus on what we can. And I'll reiterate, because we're not short staffed, but we have minimal staff compared to, I guess, the city agencies. That's where I'm a big proponent of. We work with we can, Fish and Wildlife, sheriffs, the CPOs, as well as the traffic services guys, because we're all in the same team. On our own, we don't have a whole bunch of people, but when we're together, that makes us a big team. So that's what we're looking at doing. We didn't do much for JFOs over the summer other than a few, just because everybody's in that same boat where they're short-staffed, holidays. But when we did get together, there's no problems. They all report to me if there is any problems, but I don't oversee the other agencies. All I can do is work with them and make sure we have a good relationship, and that's my job. I can honestly say I know them all by name and I can shake their hands. So the police community relations, another big thing, is because we seem to have a lot of people see the police cars, but I want them going to the calls for service, talking to people, finding out what the issues are. Mawatha, for example, or North Buck, if they start having property crimes, they can start talking to people, getting that information that's not reported to us, encouraging people to report. As well as all the community events, it's mandatory that my guys go. I will reschedule them if we don't have enough staff, but I value us being in the community that way, schools included. A little bit of a hiatus in the fall here because of the strike, but we're gonna funnel back in there. All the school principals know who I am. Can't get there all the time, but they have that open communication with you if there is any issue. So that's what I'm looking at doing to keep that going all the time here, is just being part of the community and being approachable by everybody. I do notice people are reporting more to us. Doesn't mean it's always a bad thing. It's just anything you do see. So if you see, especially with the ratepayer saying I had some people that were skulking around late at night, they need to call us in for that, because then I can increase patrols in that particular area and know where my guys need to be versus them trying to react to everything. So in the winter months, we will increase patrols when we can. In the summer villages, we know that there's people there that have proactive measures in place, but it's just that extra presence where if you're coming back from a few calls, take a drive through, see if you stumble on something. At least maybe make it a little more difficult for people that are thinking of shopping while people aren't home. So July and August, September were very good for us. Fortunately, with the minimal staff, my guys did work a lot of overtime. It's good that they want the money, but I had to take a fine line where I didn't want to burn them out either, because we do go on call. And if you're relying on 3 to babysit 3, and then also having to take all that responsibility, they had to work double hard. And I do reward them by at least saying thank you. There was days I worked alone myself, where my guys worked nights, I let them sleep, and then I had to work by myself. I had to risk it out, but that's how we have to sometimes go. I got enough policing experience I can handle, but on a busy day, it gets pretty stressful. So I'm very glad that Alex is here now. She can attest that I share the work. I'm not the guy that just delegates. So today, for example, right when we got in, we had a quick briefing. I got a few guys on today with one newbie. Everybody knew exactly what they had to do today and where they needed to be, and then we get on with their day and we came over, so nice comfortable morning for us. I'll talk about the winter months when we do the other quarter, but what I can tell you now is I'm happy with the numbers that we got. We're seem to be about flush. I monitor, I'm not a big stats guy, but I'll monitor, like, I have that luxury of pulling up the calls. If I see, for example, Amisk area might have a few people call in because there's some suspicious activity or a break and enter. I'll find out what's going on. So if our break and enters are starting to go up, we start to brainstorm as well as Mark and Laklabish as who some of the players might be back out, these repeat offenders. Because it's not rampant around here. You have a small core of people that commit several crimes. And it's not rocket science for us either. When they come back home, we know that crime's going to come up. So we do what we can to put a short leash on those people and try to get proactive as well. So the numbers, I'm not seeing anything that's standing out. All the traffic we got coming through our area, I'm pretty happy. We haven't, our fatalities are not a big issue. Unfortunately, we had a pile up on 63 here at about mile marker 83. That was just unfortunate circumstances, and it was in the media a little bit, and heck of a tragedy. And I mean, yeah, we got to deal with that. So my guys were tied up for better part of 2 days on that call, so put a lot of strain on us, but it's part of the job. So the documentation I gave everybody has dates where we were for the community engagement, so you can see where we were. If you have any questions, let me know. Other than that, I keep track of where my guys are. All the community events usually come to me. I'll generate a file to make sure somebody's assigned. So we have somebody go. I never say no if I have to, because my guys can't go, I'll come and go. Wildberry Days is a good example. It's on a weekend that I don't work. My wife, my kids, everybody, we come up. I even brought my in-laws this year to help out. And it's very important to the community of the Village of Boyle. And it's a huge draw for the area. Gord Bamford concert as well. Yeah, I'll bend over backwards for the community to show a good representation there. And it's not to show the enforcement, it's just to everybody get to know you. And what better way to get the big crowd? You meet maximum amount of people and you start getting to know who's who in the community, and goes a long way for us. It's a big support for us. Halloween, my guys are on the street handing out candy. I think we had some under the table donations because we're not allowed to ask for donations, but a lot of people do give to us and we try to get that back. But it's a good way to get the guys out in the community. The parade, I think I shelled out a little bit of money out of my own pocket for the candy, but my new guys that were included as well with the parade and all the kids and seeing the enjoyment, it's priceless. So I'll every year we look forward to that, and it just seems to be getting bigger every year. So not much else I can tell you. So I started out a little rough shape this summer, but as of the fall into winter, I'm full staff, which has been better part of 2 years. So now I'm full staffed, and I have one guy on the board that should be transferring late winter. And he got notification, he's getting his posting into Nova Scotia. So I'll work with him. So we'll be short one position going into probably the spring. Open by summer, we might get a replacement. So, but I'm not going to complain. It's just the influx that we do. So for now, my staff should be pretty full for the next few years at least. Any questions?
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Does council have any comments, questions? Please go ahead, Councillor Chamzek.
Just looking at on page 21 for us anyways, when it comes to false alarms and false abandoned 911 calls, are some of the false alarms things like manufacturer or defects that are calling you guys as well?
No, false alarms would be so you punch in a faulty code in your panel. I just had one last week where I got multiple hits from a house in a garage. Yeah, it was about 8:30, 8:40 in the morning. and it was up by North Buck. Rather than rushing there, guns a-blazing, I gave it some time. Was able to get a hold of the key holder who owns the house. She was putting the heat on her garage and didn't get to the panel in time, so I said, that's fine, as long as you're safe. So, that's a false alarm for us. We expected, and sometimes in the colder months, I'm not sure what's going on. But once in a while, we'll get like just the odd 911 static line, depending on the temperature. So I think there's stuff that goes on with the phone systems when it gets really cold too, and we just write those off as false alarms. A lot of those won't be somebody attending. If there is a physical address and we don't get a response, we will check it out, and if somebody's, yeah, geez, I didn't even know that the alarm went off, we still verify it. So we still go to those calls, but it just goes as a false.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions or comments, concerns? I'm curious. Please go ahead, Councillor Hall.
No.
So I wanted to, you mentioned you're looking out for drug impaired drivers, and I'm shocked at the number of times that I have a vehicle pass me that I can smell the marijuana when it drives by. Go to the grocery store and it's billowing out of windows. This problem that, is I find deeply worrying in our communities where everybody's driving around like they're bakers, and we're like, what else can be done to increase the safety? Because to me, how do you drive around impaired in that sense? And
yeah, and you know what,
That's
it
true.
isn't just the marijuana. I can speak to midsummer. I had went and took a driving complaint, and it was a vehicle going 63 towards Grassland. And it was reported as totally weaving in the lane, almost forcing people off the road. So I ended up catching up to the vehicle. It was a Volkswagen. I ended up stopping the fella driving. He had a young son in the back. So the story was, he was delivering some parts up to a Fort Mac partner of his, meeting him in Grassland, but coming from Edmonton. He had been pretty much up for 2 days because of work, trying to make family commitments, going through a bad divorce, and he had his kid with him because it was his turn. So he was on medication, but just extremely fatigued. So I can classify that technically as fatigue, drug impaired. How I resolved that, I suspended his license for 24 hours. His father came from work with his wife to physically retrieve the vehicle. I drove the son and his young boy to Grassland to make the part meet. And I set him up at the Petro-Canada and I bought them lunch. The only thing the kid would eat was pancakes because he was picky. So they waited about 2 hours at Petro-Canada till the dad could come and safely reunite it versus a head-on collision. So it's not always the marijuana, but it's one of those where, yes, we have to take some kind of enforcement action. But I did what was best I didn't think he needed the tickets. But I've been to the other end of taking people out of the vehicle. So it cost me about $50 out of my pocket. Big deal. So they'll never forget me though. The dad was pretty happy and hugged me, so yeah. But yeah, so call it in, and I always follow up with the complainant. So in that particular case, I did phone the complainant and told him the story. He was pretty happy. So yeah, the guys that are just blottoed, those are the ones that are usually in the ditch in a wreck. The ones that are borderline impaired where they're still able to function, to me, those are the dangerous ones, because those are the ones that they might be dozing off and then they see a vehicle, and what do? They panic. That's what creates their major collisions. We're not able to get those all, but I can honestly say that with the amount of people with cell phones nowadays, we do get a lot of driving complaints, and we do take those seriously. So if we can intervene and at least check that vehicle, it might be just something to the fact of somebody needs to pull over for a couple hours. I'm happy with that. So I don't necessarily need to see the enforcement, but we need to save the lives.
Thank you. I think that's
Thanks.
the enforcement that people expect.
Yeah.
The other question I had, and it's, you know, when you're driving and there's odd stuff going on, one of the other frustrations that I've had personally, and other people have mentioned, is all these bubbles on the plates and like vehicles where it's impossible to read a license plate because there's something too dark to see through over top of it. Is that part of regular enforcement, or is it just, it's so prolific that we can't keep ahead of it?
You know what, you can obscure a plate, so I mean, yeah, granted, this time of year, you're not gonna see a plate with all the snow. But there is a requirement, you gotta keep your plate clean. People that purposely put the protectors on, maybe almost the tinted case, they might be doing that to avert the photo radar. If we do stop them, we'll make them remove it. And there is a ticket violation for that. What I want my guys to also do when we're on the roads is, think outside the box, what doesn't fit. So you're looking for those people that they don't look like they're going to work. They don't look like they're new to the area. Maybe their behaviors when they see the police. So when you see us, you're waving. Hey, how's it going? When people are up to no good, you can see from their body language and you pick up that with skills. And now that my guys got the basics, I want them to develop the skills and knowledge. And if you walk into a room and you see a group of people, you'll pick out those few that there's something up, and you just get that feeling from your skills and experience based on dealing with people. The ones that avoid you, same with driving, whether it's eye contact or they're taking a quick turn when maybe they see you, go check them out. If their plate's not visible, maybe there is a reason, check them out. So, yeah, we do look for stuff like that. If you can't get one as a driving complaint, make, model, vehicle, direction of travel, and a lot of people that are still following them, we'll try to intercept them as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dallin.
Yes, how much of a problem is it for you guys with the large trucks on Highway 63 in the Wandering River, Alpec area, the logging trucks? Is that an increase for you guys at this time of year?
It is. My biggest thing is I always believe the Class 1 drivers are the safest. They have the most training. They have a lot of responsibility. I think what a lot of people need to do, especially with the log hauls and the wider loads coming through, is use your head. They're like a train. It doesn't stop on a dime. They can't maneuver as quickly. So people get very impatient, but I guess what people have to also realize is they're not going to make the big trucks go faster as well. And we generally don't stop unless there's a big safety issue. The sheriffs, I know they do the odd inspection, but they're at the mercy of the weather as well. So they'll be checking the logging trucks for the proper lighting, flagging, stuff like that. But my biggest thing is I'm not going to tie up a big load if there is no major safety issue. But I am going to look for that guy that's passing the 6 vehicles to get around the load, causing almost head-ons because they don't want to do 98 when it's only going to save them 5 minutes on the other end of their travel. But people just don't realize that. We do monitor, we get notification when the big loads are coming up. So we are out there a little bit, just monitoring them a bit, but their pilot vehicles got the luxury of calling our dispatch and saying, hey, we got a guy that just blew through the 2 pilot trucks and wasn't listening to direction. So we are keen to that when the big loads are coming.
Awesome. Thank you. Anyone else? Please go ahead. Councillor Callahan.
I realize you guys have a huge area to cover. I'd like to thank you for trying to do your best in covering all that. My question is, being in the division I'm from, Pine Grove, Saudi Road, there was that chop shop that was closed down. I don't think it's still operating. You say you want the public to call you. Well, those 2 residents, we could be phoning you up to like 3 times a day. So what else can be done with these like repeat long-term properties that are just, it's not hard to connect the dots, like you said. So just how do we, I guess, connect them and get rid of the end?
So when we say we want these calls, we definitely need the the information to move on. So sometimes it doesn't happen overnight. I mean, that one that we're talking about here was probably operating for quite a few years before we were able to make a move on it here. So as much information as possible. If it takes 2 or 3 times a day to that third time might be that piece of information that we can move on and make a difference in that investigation here. It's not to say that any of these things are being ignored or avoided in any way, shape, or form. We can't do unless we have grounds to do in those cases there.
Okay, so it's okay to be the squeaky wheel in this case then?
I prefer that.
Thank you.
absolutely.
Counselor Hall?
Just to kick in there as well, I know when people call us, they want to remain anonymous. I can't promise that. But I'm a big proponent of Crime Stoppers. To me, that is bulletproof. If you call into Crime Stoppers with a tip, it'll funnel down to the detachment of jurisdiction. That information is 100% anonymous. I don't even know who called. We don't get to call it back. If it ever goes to court based on that information, the courts have case law and strict protocol. They cannot get that information as well. So Crime Stoppers is a huge component that people should be utilizing if they feel that they want to really leak something to us, but want to 100% stay safe and secure. That's a big, huge resource for us.
That's really good to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Hall.
So we've talked a lot about the, feeding data in and all these bits. To what extent is the RCMP using AI to help augment your data analytics and provide you better?
Detachment level, we don't use any of that information there. I couldn't speak to what our headquarters uses. We do have our analysts who do go through our files and give us statistics and give us the and trends and things that we can access from the detachment level there. So like I say, at detachment level AI, we don't utilize in that way.
Thank you. So just a quick question with regards to property crime and trackers. Is that something that you're really finding useful for you? GPS trackers, any kind of theft type tracker that people can utilize?
Yes. When if somebody has something on their piece of equipment that has a tracker on it and they're able to access it in real time, or even in that last case there in the Pine Grove one there, that the fella had a tracker on his trailer that would only show up every couple of hours, I believe. And we were still able to find that piece of equipment and get it back to him. So if people have their stuff GPS and able to access it right away, it does gives us that real-time information to be able to act on it immediately.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Is there any more advancement for your Protect DNA?
Yes, the Gavin has that pretty much all set up here. We're just waiting on all the tools here to come into us. They built us a website. They have the county's logo. They have our CMP logo on there. So we'll be rolling that out hopefully within the start of the new year here.
That's fantastic. I do have a couple pamphlets that I'll give to our new counselors who probably aren't aware of it, but I'll pass those along as well so they can pass that along to their residents so that more and more people who mark their property, I think is a huge benefit for everybody, right? It's a great tool. Thank you very much.
Just one last point before everybody goes. In my detachment, we worked with our community safety wellness branch to come up with a positive ticking initiative. A couple of businesses and the multiplex in town here have donated, Tim Hortons donated some donuts and some coffees, Dairy Queen some ice creams, and the multiplex some swim passes. So my officers will be out there in the communities handing out some positive ticketing to the community members, adults and kids. So if you're hearing feedback from anybody in your areas that it's good, bad, indifferent, I'd love to know because I'm tracking the actions on that.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you again for all the community awareness that you bring and that you're out there in the community and meeting the members and meeting the people and meeting everybody and showing up at the schools, all of it. As you know, I'm very grateful for all that you do and I know you're stretched and I know your area is huge and to see these numbers going down, kudos, well done. So thank you very much for being here. I don't know if council has any other questions. I think we're all good to go. So if we could take a 10-minute recess, if that's okay for everybody, take a break and a person come in, we can say goodbye and thank you very much. Thank you so very much. It's always awesome to have the RCMP visit and give us their updates. We, I believe, left off, were we at Recreation Services? I think to finish that one off, please go ahead, Counselor Chisholm.
Okay, I just see that for Boyle, the ballpark, the spray park and the fitness center, there's no monies allocated. Just wondering why. I know a lot of our county residents use all of these facilities, so I'm just, is there a possibility to maybe take a look in the future to make sure that we do have some funds?
Madam Chair,
available?
happy to answer it. It had to do with a negotiation with county council last term. And though county council agreed to fund the ones that are covered by agreement and not fund some others. And that negotiation was concluded during the last term. So we've budgeted, we've got the budget line items from Boyle for the ones that are under agreement.
And what does under agreement mean? Like,
Madam Chair, I can provide the intermunicipal funding agreement to all of council. That's both parties signed an agreement last term. That's all I can highlight.
And I believe there is funding there for under that agreement for those few items that you have mentioned. There's quite a few of them listed under that agreement that is similar to the multiplex, where there's funding going to different segments in Boyle, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, some of them are kind of included under joint recreation, I believe. So there's a few different things that they fund, but I can get that agreement to all of council so that they're aware.
Great. And if I'm also not, oh, please go ahead, Councillor Hall. Pardon me?
I didn't intend to interrupt your comment. I just wanted to be on deck.
Oh, no, that's okay. Thank you. Go ahead, please, because I just have another question.
So when I look at, this is where the campground, am I correct in understanding this is where the campgrounds are contained, campground revenue and campground expenses? For the Hope Lake, For Far, and all the other ones we look after?
Yes, that's correct.
So, I'm wondering what if we can have a conversation or some comment around the specific business unit that relates to the campgrounds and how that how profitably or unprofitably they operate as a group, and then also as we continue on and we think about all the things we provide ratepayers. I'm wondering if admin could provide advice on what the process would be to have a discussion around what it would take to provide county residents access to these services for a significantly reduced fee, somewhere closer to zero. Why county residents can't end up using that for less, but also more related to our campgrounds. How much money do we lose on these?
Madam Chair, actually, I know recreation staff are kind of anticipating that discussion, and they were prepared for it under item 6.1. But so that's why they had a whole bunch of extra information ready to go on those topics about who uses what, as much as we can tell, and which facilities are profit centers and which ones cost us money. So they've got all that
I
information.
will look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Edmonds?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that we're gonna get that discussion later on in this meeting. So. Okay.
That are covered. I also just wanted to mention, for example, under the recreation, under the notes, as you were referring to 2755, transfer to other organizations. So for example, I noticed right away, of course, that your trails allocation, there's nothing here, but it's actually under administrative services, which is on page 94 for transfer to other organizations. And there's some items there as well that mentioned, for example, the teen center contributions, Athabasca and Boyle. Those are in there. So it's just, some of these might be in a different location as well, just to give you a heads up there. Page 94, 93 and 94 might be helpful for some of those questions that you have as well. Alrighty. So if we may, does anybody else have anything for recreational services? Okay, we look forward to the conversation coming up under 6.1. That's going to be awesome. We are moving to the big bad road construction and maintenance portion of our budget. Page 153 of your agenda package. Does anybody have anything they would like to bring forward or discuss? As we know, this is the biggest part of our budget. Generally. We have a quiet bench. Go for it, Deputy Ribbons.
I guess, page 155, crack sealing, line painting, sand, salt. Haul and mixing is, everything seems to have, really come up in cost. Is that just because like we didn't budget enough for it last year, or?
Sorry, Madam Chair, which page was that?
155?
155. Thank you.
Yeah, you betcha.
Do you have a particular, those 3 line items, 1, 2, and 3?
Yeah, 02, 30, 320 and all of them under 02, 30, 320. It just like budgeted in 2025 for crack sealing was 64,000 and now we're looking at 108. Line painting at 32,000, we're looking at 92.5.
Madam Chair, unfortunately, Director Morton had to step out. Maybe we'll put a red flag on that one and we'll get an answer back to council.
Okay.
Thank you. Anybody else? Do you have any others?
The other page, 156, dust control 50/50 cost share. That significantly went up. And then underline 02, 30, 320, 35 road maintenance, all of a sudden our road maintenance drops down from 629 to 296. Just wondering what the reason for that, like all of a sudden we're gonna do less maintenance, or?
Maybe out of a different area? different
Yeah,
portion of the
no,
budget?
that's right. It could come out of a different part of the budget or some darn thing, but
I think a question go ahead, Director Daly.
Through the chair, Deputy Reed Mins, I'm not 100% on this, we verified, but I do believe when we were doing the budget, Director Morton broke out some of this stuff. I think some of this may be because it's kind of road maintenance when we're talking about crack sealing stuff. I do believe that he was kind of breaking out, and this is why you see the numbers there that's got XX. We're trying to split it out so it's going to show better exactly what we're doing.
oh, okay.
And I suspect some of this 629 that you see dropped because some of this got moved over, broke it out so we can identify specifically what is happening, like crack sealing, base repairs, line painting, exactly. Some of this was all clumped in one kind of section, road maintenance. But I know when we were doing the budget, now I'll have to verify this, but I know when we're doing the budget, we kind of split it out so we can kind of see exactly like, I want to know how much crack sealing, I want to know how much base instead of all, just put it into one cost,
Awesome.
one line item.
Yeah.
So I do believe that, recall, like I said, we'll verify this, but I think this is where some of this discrepancy that you're seeing, what happened?
Yeah.
Okay, no,
think-
no one perfect for that. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's a good way to do it. That way it's broke down.
Yeah.
So that's awesome.
I think that's when we mentioned the jail was a little too skinny.
Yeah.
But yeah, to break it out,
Yeah.
make it easier, job cost, all those things. So that's awesome. Anything else? Please, Councillor Hall.
To administration, I guess the question that I have when I look at the budget, I mean, it's certainly up year over year, but is this what you need to accomplish the intent of the conversations that council's been having around better and improved road maintenance and level of service as it relates to the quality of that one of our biggest pieces of infrastructure?
Madam Chair, since the first budget iteration shown to council to now, we've managed to find savings in the entire budget. Roads is one where we have no levels of service decreases proposed. And in fact, level of service increase in terms of a couple different areas, gravel, the amount of gravel and the spec used on roads, as well as reintroducing the asphalt resurfacing program. So if anything, roads is an area where the level of service should increase this year under this budget, even though we've managed to find savings.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Anyone else? We're good? Flying right along here. We will move forward. As everybody noticed on page, everybody noticed on page 158, of course, is the budget change request form that explains where we were at for the gravel program. So that's good information as well. Page 159 of your agenda package is waste management. Is there any conversation here that council would like to have? I see we've got a little link, drop in the net waste management for what it used to be. And I think this is another one of those areas that we can appreciate how hard administration's been working to find areas for efficiencies and finding those savings. So really appreciate what I'm seeing. Has anybody got any comments? Go ahead, please, Councillor Hall.
Is it possible to get just a brief reminder of the work that's going to be undertaken related to the Atmore, Collinton and Grassland? Like is it the phase 2 that's costing $80,000?
Yeah, Madam Chair, actually, those are the ones that we're currently reviewing. And when council considers final budget, we may have some changes to that because we're trying to figure out which ones are the absolute priority to do next year versus are they just good to do? They all need to be done eventually, but it's a matter of priorities right now. And if we don't need to do them next year, we may drop them from the budget. So I don't have all the work involved, but it has to do with the fact that we have landfills out there with some ongoing issues. I think there's still one that we need to address, and it has to do with the landowner themselves. That is, there's an affected landowner, and we're trying to make that a priority. The other ones where you may see in the final budget that they've disappeared for this year.
Well, or moved
Deferred.
out into future.
Deferred.
years. Okay.
Okay. Anybody else? All right.
Is it correct then that on line 2250 that the commission requisition actually dropped by $140,000, $150,000 year over year? 912 to 768.
Madam Chair, according to the information we have, it looked like their request was the exact same as 2025, 768. So that's what we budgeted. I'm not sure if that's their, like, if they had their final budget meeting, like, but that's what came over was the 768. Thank you.
Just the 2025 budget then is 912.
Yeah, I think when the 2020, I think that was supposed to be 768 also, because when I looked at their 768 for both years, 2025, and they didn't change it in 2026. I'm not sure if there's a member here.
Yeah, there is. And yes, it's exactly the same. 768,065, that has not actually changed for 3 years. So we're holding strong at our requisitioned amount coming from our regional landfill. So yeah, I don't know where 912 come from either. So it's like, but no, the actual requisition amount has not changed for 3 years. So. And we did do our budget and it's coming. You betcha.
Thank you. Anybody else? Alrighty, we're moving on to page 161 of your agenda package for wastewater services. Is there any comments, questions, concerns here? It's nice to see another area that has dropped from 2025 to 2026, so I don't think anybody has anything there too.
It's dropped specifically because we've not transferred to reserve. There's no reserve transfers, and is that? Guess we didn't do that last year either, but.
Definitely proposed for 2027, however. Are we good to go, or do you have any questions, Councillor Hall? You okay? All right. We'll move to water supply, page 163 of your agenda package. I just have one quick question on this one. I know that we have been informed by the Water Commission that the rate for per cube will be increased for what the county pays. That's not in here yet, correct? Okay, so is that something that will be amended at in the next round of discussions? Perfect. Thank you. And I also noticed there was a slight decrease in the transfer to reserves. So just, I don't know if this is an area where I think we mentioned that we were looking at a reserves policy that would be coming up, and we'll be reviewing these different things as well with that. So is there anybody else who has any concerns, questions on these, on the water supply? Getting ready to go next. Okay, Councillor Hall.
Just again, wanting the assurance, the budget numbers are reflective of sort of the actual, like what we're projecting for 2026 is based on our actuals in 2025. Because I know when we did 25's budget, council made some changes that we weren't able to clearly forecast. So is this based on the actual sales or?
Madam Chair, the only thing that I'm aware of that we haven't changed yet is that increase from, I think it was 413 to 435 for the cost of the water. So yeah, I do believe it's trying to find a contractor service. I do believe it will be based on that new number, but I mean, this budget don't have that new number in there. It's the 413, the previous number. So that would be the only change, but I think, yeah, it would be based on like the only difference in the sales when we budget for Water Commission, they say they budget a certain number of cubes. Now I know in the reports this year, their cubes are down, like their sales are down because I guess in general, like the overall usage is down. So I mean, their revenues are down, but I mean, they give us a number, like they might say 100,000 cubes or whatever. And this is your cost. But I mean, if we don't use 100,000, it's going to be down a little bit based on the actuals. But we don't change it because they still send over their budget number. Like the Water Commission would send over, we're budgeting 100,000 cubes, this is your cost. But if there's only 80,000 used, I mean, their revenues are going to be down, plus our expense is going to be down because only 80,000 got used.
Madam Chair, we will confirm that these numbers are based on what we believe will be the forecasted actuals for 2025.
Thank you. Okay. Everybody's good to go to the next item, which is getting close to capital. Page 166, we have the line repairs, as we mentioned, and the increase here was for paving costs, so that's a great catch as well to cover that. So if we're done with operating, folks, we're going to move to capital, page 167 of your agenda package. If it's okay, and it's probably been discussed, but I'm curious, on page 167 under carry forward projects, playground. Do we know where those are? Sorry. I can't remember.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
The playgrounds?
Yeah.
Where?
I do not know.
Okay, yeah. I'm hoping maybe we can get an update on that at another meeting, just for curiosity's sakes, because I couldn't remember what they were. And the same for the bridge replacement for road structures. If we could get an update on what bridges those are, that would be awesome as well. If council is interested in that. And that's a couple of things that I highlighted there. Where's council at with the capital? Please go ahead, Deputy Reedmans.
I was just gonna ask, I know we had a real brief conversation about it and that, and regarding our grader replacement program. Are we switching out of the 5-year, 8,000 hour grader replacement and moving to 7-year, 10,000 hour?
Madam Chair, I'm going to have to defer a little bit as well. I remember what I heard as well is we were exploring the additional year with the extra warranty to see if that would work for us. So whether or not we have moved or are considering it, I can't recall.
I would, before we do move that way, I would really like to see the information brought to council regarding what, like the business plan or the business case or something like that of the possibility of saving money, or what is it actually gonna cost us and all this, eh? So if we could have that before we move that road, that'd be great. Thanks.
Awesome. Okay. Anybody else?
Madam Chair, I should point out that the line item for Public Works Yard Facilities, we will bring an item to council where it says 15 million. We believe that number, we hope will be close to 5 million. So, and
Another good news story.
well, hopefully we have found a way to save us significant funds, and we will bring that ahead for council. Certainly, if it's to move forward, it'll show up in the final budget document, and it'll we'll have a separate RFD to council early in the new year about that item.
Awesome. Fantastic. Go ahead, please. Councilor Dowlett.
Oh, I'm sorry. The Wandering River Emergency Operating Reserves, the teen center, the teen center, is that being rebuilt?
Yep, Madam Chair. So the Highway 63 rescue uses the former forestry base. You know that, Councilor Dowd. Just make sure everyone on council knows that. It's not a great facility for us. We're putting a lot of repairs into it. And the former teen center was handed back to the county in the middle of town last year. When we looked at it, it'd make a fantastic Highway 63 rescue facility. Just really needs a garage shop and some site improvements, but we already own the site. So we're proposing to make those improvements. It's tentative today. We've included the line item, and that's going to come from a reserve we have established for Highway 63 rescue, but it's also wrapped up in that discussion we're having with Lac-La-Biche County and Wood Buffalo about how we handle Highway 63 rescue. So it's subject to change, but it would make a great facility for that contractor instead of the old forestry base, which we're putting a lot of repairs into, and it's not our facility.
A couple of questions. Is there enough room for a garage on that property?
Yeah, we looked at it. Yeah, staff went out and looked at it. They feel it would work for that use. So we haven't done a design. We haven't done anything. We just included the line item, but they believe the site is big enough for that use.
Also, next question is, we had a presentation last week or the week before regarding some changes that the government is proposing for the Highway 63 and 881.
I believe that might have been a discussion that we discussed in closed.
Okay.
And if you'd like to go into closed, we can do that if you would like.
No.
Yeah, I'll try to answer that anyways. I mean, this improvement is highly related to anything we decide for Highway 63 rescue. So we're not going to move on this one too fast, but it shows up in the budget. And if we get a plan together in the new year about what we're going to do long-term on Highway 63 rescue, it may affect that line item.
And also, just so folks know, on page 174 of your agenda package is the budget change request form for the Highway 63 Rescue Base, the teen center renovation, and it mentions 150,000 going towards the heated two-bay garage, 20,000 for structural alterations, 20,000 for bathroom renovations, 35,000 for project contingency, and as you mentioned, CO Beck, it's all based on new information coming forward, and that kind of thing. So this is an estimate, not a for sure. Go ahead, please, Councillor James.
I just want to make the comment, that's the best part about budgets. They're always amendable.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Alrighty. Does anybody else have, go ahead, please, Councillor Hall.
Couple of questions. The Grassland School water line, that's just a upgrade of our existing infrastructure that's failing or has been planned for a number of years. I just don't remember that from the past.
Yeah, Madam Chair, we'll get you some information. It's a carry forward, so the information isn't provided in this budget. So it was provided in last year's budget, so we'll get you the information. I can't recall the specifics. I believe it's a replacement, but I don't want to
blank on it.
I can't recall.
Then the further down the sheet, we've got the grader replacement program. Total project cost is 10.5 million. Is that over like 10 years worth of project, or is that? So our 2026 is 1.5 and the total is.
Madam Chair, we believe I think that's over a 7-year period.
And then the other question that relates to that then is looking for admin's opinion on whether capital is an appropriate place for funding rolling stock, or whether it's something that we should be funding through savings on the depreciation on that stock in our operating budget. Like, is this the right place for graders to be purchased? We don't have other, given the frequency that we're rolling them over.
So you're asking if equipment under a certain dollar value is appropriately allocated in the capital budget versus operating? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, like
That's
is
fair.
the graders, is this the right place for graders versus, and using grant funding for them, because that's what we're doing, versus funding them through our operating budget and.
Long-term, graders should be, it'd be great if we could get to funding all of our graders and our permanent maintenance equipment from tax levy every year and not from grant funding. Because we're always going to be in the grader business. It's a use and a service we will never get out of, but grants could change. So it would be great if we were funding those from tax levy every year. That would be best practice.
But it would remain under capital, although just change where the funding comes
Yeah,
from.
we'd have to move towards that over time. And if we've used grants in the past, then we would have to phase out of that, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please, Councillor Chamsick, and I believe Councillor.
I just have a quick comment. I believe just for some, as my memory serves me, that carry forward project is a shut-off valve. To Councillor Hall's comment for the Grassland School water line, the carry forward project.
Okay, that's just your comment. You're good, Councillor Stacey?
Just a little bit of clarification here on asphalt overlay annual program. If I'm reading this correctly, it's all funded by grants. Has this been ongoing and will be ongoing by grants, or is this through our capital funding?
Madam Chair, I think this is a reintroduction of it. This is the first year that it shows back up in the budget. We've ignored a bunch of the existing asphalt overlays for a number of years, and we're proposing to reintroduce it. So it's the first year of it. And this year it is under the CBBF, LGFF. Okay, so local government fiscal framework funding. Perhaps it'll be there the same in future years. We'll just see how each year goes, but we have deferred maintenance on the existing surfaced roads. We need to eventually catch up.
So once again, what is that LGFF? What does that stand for?
LGFF is it's the base funding that we get from the province for capital, and we've got a little bit of an operating grant as well for capital. And it used to be called MSI, Municipal Sustainability Initiative. It used to be higher, and now it's lower. And they call it LGFF, Local Government Fiscal Framework. And we can use it for capital and a small bit for operating. And they have some parameters on it, but we put it towards capital.
Okay, thank you.
And as you mentioned there, it is lower. RMA and both Alberta municipalities put out awesome reports on that very thing. I'll be happy to send them to you because it's really good information to have to realize that it's almost cut in half, almost, you know, when we're from one year over the next. So it's a big hit to our municipalities to see those lower amounts coming forward. All right, anybody else have anything that they want to bring forward? If not, I do have one quick thing. I know from page 180 on our budget change request form for hydrant installations. And it mentions the capital project of installation of a new flushing hydrant to both Collinton and Bison Ridge, which is fantastic. But I'm just curious, is there coming in the future for Grassland and Rochester to make sure that their hydrants are also on the budget somewhere? Just wondering, I couldn't find it, and it could be there and I just didn't find it. Any kind of
Madam Chair, you said Grassland and Rochester?
Grassland and Rochester hydrant issues, well, Rochester, I guess, doesn't have.
Rochester
water.
does not have a water
So
system.
Grassland, yeah,
Wandering River, that would be.
right, Wandering River, pardon me. Yeah,
Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I know there's hydrants there already.
Yes.
I think that the issue there, which I had a meeting with the commission manager, is we've got pressure issues there to the hydrants. So
Okay.
bit of a complicated question and answer. So I'll have to get something back to you.
okay, awesome, thank you. I'm sorry, yeah, Wandering River is where my head is at. Just from the last budget, or the last meeting we had from December 11th, there was at the end of the budget, the operating proposed removed information and the interim budget change highlights that didn't come forward with this particular agenda. But I do have just one question with regards to the professional consulting that was there that we didn't get a chance to talk about on the last meeting. And it mentions several consulting and planning initiatives have been deferred or reduced, including the recreation plan, which is deferred. The supplemental emergency plan was removed. And I'm wondering if that would be something that is deferred rather than removed in its entirety.
Madam Chair, which was the second one?
The supplemental emergency management plan, it says removed, but I'm hoping rather removed, it's deferred.
Yeah, Madam Chair, absolutely. Everything that was removed, you could call it deferred.
Okay.
We just, they don't completely disappear. We just can't afford them this year
Got
in
it.
order to address that shortfall.
That's fantastic, because thank you. That was also the question. The same thing I had for the Willow Point, the removal of the $185,300 project for, it says remove due to reprioritization and timing consideration. So I'll just put that as a note for me that it's deferred.
Madam Chair, those pages are start on page 81.
Oh, so I missed that all entirely. Thank you very much for that. There they are. Look at that. See, I whipped right past it, and went right into the budget. Thank you for that. All right, folks, we have an opportunity at this point that we've been through the budget again. We know that there are going to be more items coming forward to discuss the changes that we've asked for, that administration is currently working on and will be bringing forward. So we know that by the end of December, we do have to have a budget passed. This, I'm thinking, of course, is we interim and do we possibly have a motion?
Yeah, yeah, I'd like to move the
Deputy-
motion. I'd like to move the motion. Council approve the interim 2026 operating capital budgets as discussed. And direct administration to incorporate to discuss changes into the amended interim budget for council's review and consideration at the January 8th, 2026 meeting.
Is that something that administration does have time to do, to bring that back?
I'm sure, like all the items that you've discussed
Yeah.
for January 8th, yeah, we could easily have that done.
Okay, that's fantastic. Awesome. Okay. Is that happy? Does that allow you to carry on as well for expenditures that need to happen in, January? Sometimes there's like a 50% type scenario for spending that make sure that you're covered. Do you need a motion for that?
No, Madam Chair, we'll comply with the act if you pass that motion.
Absolutely. Yeah, just curious if we need that. Go ahead, please, Councillor Hall.
So last time we talked about having admin come back with some other changes related to funding the ag fieldman, the second position and what other options they have. So I think we're premature in passing something we haven't seen. I would like to know from admin is like, at the outset, I would say I appreciate the difficult work that everybody on the admin team does and how they've gone through their departments and looked at what's there. Is this the best you can do? And is there a way we can bring our spending down to be in line with inflation versus, because we're still overall increasing spending? And I think there's a lot of good work. We're focusing on priorities. I guess for council, are we nailing the priorities that are our most important priorities first? And there's some stuff we had asked last time, like the potential to fund that second ag fieldman and what the other options would be from admin. So they could come back to us and say, yes, we can do that, but here are 3 other things we would, you can choose from to sacrifice in order to get the thing you want.
Madam Chair, first of all, so all those changes that there seem to be consensus among council to do, they'll show up in the January 8th version. They would show up in the January 8th version. So we didn't forget them. We've got them written down. We actually, since council organized another meeting for Thursday, the 18th, you've already scheduled it. We were prepared to bring it back on the 18th, whatever you want. So all those things that council said, we'd like refinements here, we'd like refinements there. It would show up in the version that appears for your final approval, whether now the motion says January 8th, fine. Secondly, your first question about, is this the best you can do? I think we could do an awful lot better if we could shut down the county for 6 months and just work on the budget, but we can't do that. We also have to operate and plow roads and do some other things and go to meetings. There are processes that we're doing that I think are paying off. For example, forcing us to find over 2 million in savings this year has really forced us to look at the books in a very short order. It was a great exercise. So could we do some more? We could, but council also has to tell us what your priorities are. So for us to go away and keep cutting things, council hasn't even told us what they want to achieve in this term. So we're cutting a bunch of things. It's kind of our idea of what your priorities are. It's not council's.
And of course, I think, just to add to that, and I appreciate your explanation. I know that council is going to be looking at strategic plan. We're going to be looking at our level of service and in that particular conversation. Budgets, as Councillor Chamzik mentioned, are amendable, and a final budget is not passing today. It's an interim. And so we have a lot of time and energy yet to put into this. And so I don't know about how you feel, but as Councillor Hall mentioned, if we don't have to come back on the 18th and we can give a breather to our administration as well as to council to pass an interim today, I'm all for it. That's where I'm at. But Councillor Hall.
I think we got to be careful a little bit about semantics. Every budget you pass is the final budget until you amend it. So we could pass this, and until we amend it, this is the budget. It's the one. It's the final one, because it's the only one. We can choose to come back to it in January, but if something happened and we didn't, right up until the moment we set taxes, or, you know, some other information trickles in related to our assessment, like when you pass it today, admin has the green light to authorize every last thing in here, and that's okay. It's just, we have to be satisfied that on balance, this reflects the direction we want to go in terms of priorities and level of service. And again, I think the administrative team really does deserve our compliments for the focus on the increased road maintenance and the prioritization of things. And so I would never want to, you know, take away from that, because we're getting better. And I just when we pass it, this is it. Sometimes we pass fractions of budgets, you know, 100% of the capital, partial operating. I don't know that that's necessary, because I think probably from reading the room, on balance, most people are going to be satisfied with what's in front of you. But I'd like to see the other stuff in January for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think I get it from the motion. Council's adopting this so we've met the intent of the act, and we can pay the power bill and we can carry forward operations. But any initiatives that were talked about, for example, new positions, until it shows up in a final interim budget on the 8th, they're not approved and we can't move forward on them. So anything that was, it's only things that are in here. We're really just going to continue on operating through the Christmas season. We're not going to start any new initiatives before January 8th. Besides, everyone's busy. So we don't really want to start anything between now and January 8th.
Right. Thank you. And I appreciate that. The word interim for me is exactly what that is. So it's not final. It's for the short term, exactly, to keep for council to, or for administration to keep operating as we can. I mean, if you want to put a 50% limit on it, I don't know if that makes you feel more comfortable, but I'm comfortable with the motion.
I would wonder then, would we consider, you know, asking them, admin, given the, you know, longer time between now and then, to when that's presented, to present it along with an additional list of potential other savings to bring the overall spending down a little bit by the 8th, not bake them into the budget. Just here are a list of other ideas that we can carve this spending down, so the council has the option on the 8th to say, yeah, we like this, we don't like that, we'd like, you know, and incorporate these. Because I still will say I would like to see us tighten our belt a bit more.
I agree that, you know, it'd be great to see some of those recommendations come forward. But again, as CEO mentioned, we haven't even had our strat plan to know what our priorities are. And so that kind of puts us in a bit of a pickle to ram that down right away, instead of actually sitting down and doing the work that we need to do to be comfortable with what those priorities are. And again, budgets are amendable. So at that point, I think we can always look at that, but that's just my feeling.
And I think with the ideas that administration, we gave ideas last budget meeting to that we wanted added on, and they need to find them cost savings to be able to add that on. So chances are, as they're going through those cost savings, trying to find the what to cut and what not, maybe more money will show up somewhere, and all of a sudden, well, okay, yeah, we don't need that, so we'll take it off. But they're already going to cut off some spending to be able to maybe move some items forward that we already said. So they're in the cost savings progress.
There you go. Anybody else?
I'm gonna make it a formal amendment anyway, to direct admin to bring proposals back to council to further limit spending to the rate of assessment growth.
I don't know, but can you please speak a little bit louder and so that I can write this down to direct admin to,
Bring proposals back to council to further limit spending to the rate of assessment growth.
the rate of assessments. So I've got the beginning and the end, to direct admin to bring proposals.
Back to council to
Yep.
further limit spending to the rate of assessment growth.
So,
And then we can choose or not choose.
okay, to direct admin to bring proposals back to council to further, because I'm sorry, I've had to limit to the rate,
Further limit
to further limit to the rate of assessment.
spending to the rate of assessment growth.
What was the last word?
Assessment growth.
Growth. Thank you. That's your good ear. So that would be an amendment to the motion that we put on the floor,
And I would ask for both budget related motions to be recorded.
and would like recorded vote on those. So is there any conversation that council would like to have here before we go to the vote for the amendment? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I've got a question. So would that affect any bodies from external to the county that request increases? So for example, the multiplex board has asked for a 5% operating increase. So if our assessment growth was 2.7, then we should only approve 2.7 to the multiplex.
I think that's a fair proposal. I'm
not
can't
sure I-
find objection with that, and I think if that seems reasonable to me too. Especially given that that's probably, the single biggest check we write.
So I guess my question here, is there any direction from council to help administration in proposals that they can bring back? I mean, this is I guess it's, for me, if I was in CAO's position, I'd be looking at that going, I have a massive municipality that I'm looking at. Where do I even begin on what proposals the council would like to see? So does council have any suggestions that they would like for them to, for administration to focus on? I mean, I don't know. Do you have, is it something that you find that it's just 3 or 4 things pop into your mind immediately, or is this something you're kind of?
Well, Madam Chair, we're going to be cutting services, probably.
Yeah.
So, it's a matter of, if you're asking admin to cut services, we will. We already did. We, probably painless this year, but we reduced peace officers from 3 to 2. That's a reduction in service. We'll probably have to reduce some services. We showed you that we're not proposing to cut services in roads.
Right.
That's the only area that but everything else, there's probably going to be deferred, which could be seen by some as a reduction.
Yeah.
That's beyond that. We haven't given it a whole lot of thought because we're just trying to move from one council meeting to the next and react to what you want. There's a motion on the floor to adopt this budget, and it proposes assessment growth plus 2%. There's a subsequent motion on the floor for something else. So
An amendment. So I guess where I'm sitting exactly is without having suggestions to bring forth, without having that time to sit down and figure out what our level of service review is, without our strategic plan is, I will have to say that I'm opposed to the amendment. But that's where my personal opinion is, because I think it puts quite a strain on administration at this point, especially when we don't have direction to give them. But that's my personal opinion. So go ahead, please, Councilor Captain.
I think that every time there's a request, there's strain on administration and we're all, I guess, guilty of that. But I am very interested in seeing what a budget would look like without a tax increase. And what I'm understanding is a budget that matches assessment increase is that comparison. Am I correct? Through the chair. So even for the people to see what would services look like and what would they be, I'll in quotation marks say sacrificing to not have a mill rate increase versus plus 2%. I don't think that's a terrible thing to ask on behalf of the people. I think they should get to know what their life would look like if they paid, I want to say, a little less taxes. Trying to do the good for the people, right?
Understood. Now, we did drop the mill rate 5% last year. It was last year because the assessments were increased. The assessments are projected to be increased again this year. My concern, and I've seen it in the past in municipalities who do not keep a little bit of a increase all the time, you end up with a massive increase that really ticks people off when you finally get to that stage. So yes, would it be nice to know what that figure is and maybe bring a figure forward of what that would look like so that council would have an idea, okay, well, you know, maybe it's 500,000, just throw it out there. Where can we find 500,000 in our budget? Are we willing to cut services in that aspect? Maybe, but I don't know. I just struggle with giving that direction all to administration and not have council's input.
Madam Chair, we're guessing that council would like to see more savings with no decrease in level of service. And our immediate default will be, can we defer more projects to future years? And that's what we did in our first round. We didn't cancel projects, but they're being dragged out over a longer time frame because we had to find over $2 million in savings. 2%. We should be able to find pretty easy, but it probably means we're going to defer some more projects. And you're probably not going to notice a level of service decrease until council's had a discussion about that.
Right.
But we'll probably defer some more projects, and that's okay too.
Well, and I'll just reply to deferring projects, like you say, is okay. But as we keep kicking the can down the road, other things start popping up. When do these projects absolutely get done? Where does the priority change? So I struggle with that. We have a lot of things that we're catching up to do to fix and repair and bring back up to standard in our municipality. And to all of a sudden start kicking that again down the road, I struggle with that. So I just have a difficult time with that. Councillor Stasia.
Just putting it out there. I kind of basically understand how the process works as far as budgeting first and then setting a mill rate beyond. Is it feasible to perhaps discuss candidly about the mill rate as it stands? And maybe we can look at the mill rate prior to, just for information only, and determine that maybe some of our mill rates are at this point a little bit low. And if it can, or if it seems feasible to adjust it, maybe that sort of takes away from what we're trying to cut here. And one area of concern that my ratepayers talk about is agricultural land. The mill rate seems to be relatively low. So if we visited that and discussed it candidly, I'm pointing out, not as in a formal way, and maybe if there is a reason to increase it a little bit, that would just take totally away from all of these things we're trying to get rid of, the services that we're trying to shave off.
Right. The tax rate bylaw usually comes back in March-ish.
March, April, yeah.
Right? And that's where we then tend to finalize the budget. So
Right,
that
but it-
conversation definitely will be coming
Right,
to
but
have that.
the only thing by then, though, we're trying desperately to cut a budget here.
Mhm.
And, you know, if we can anticipate that, well, somewhere's down the line, we can possibly increase something here minimally. I'm not going to say that we double it or anything like that. But if we anticipate further income, maybe it takes some of the strain off of what we're trying to achieve now.
No, absolutely understood. I think we kind of have a bit of a balance on what we asked to bring back with some savings and find some money. So we kind of asked for that balance. So I'm thinking the savings that we asked for is probably gonna get tie into what we already asked to find money. So I don't know. Go ahead, Councillor Dowd.
You know, there are new taxes or a tax assessment last year and the huge increases in taxes and stuff. Wow, I don't know if the people out there are gonna accept or what are they gonna say if we raise the taxes now after a tax increase like last year? Well, personally, I think we should just keep it as low as we can and just continue operating best we can.
Go ahead, please, Deputy Reitman.
I think, I think what we're discussing here is two different items. We're discussing a budget that we need to figure out how much we're actually gonna be spending, and then we start talking about the tax rate and the mill rates and all this stuff, and they're two different conversations. I think with what administration is doing right now, with finding $2.5 million savings is a huge undertaking. And with the provisions given to them, or the asks of adding a couple of things on because we didn't want to see them cut off, and can you find ways of saving to increase costs on this end, because we would like this, is enough of a project to go through. I think as when we come back on the 8th and we look at the budget again and see, they'll probably come back with even more cost savings by then, because the administration said we will be looking at this again. So to tack on another, at this point in time, right now, with what is happening in Athabasca County and across Alberta with snowfalls and everything like that, I don't think we need to put more work on these people. I think what they've done is amazing. And then we could add a little bit more work, let's say maybe in January when we get the interim budget back again with possible more cost savings, and then we can ask them again, okay, can you go back and redo this? But I don't think they need to go into Christmas season and into the new year with a huge task. They already have the task on their shoulders. I don't think we need to pass a motion to ask them to keep doing it. They know they need to keep saving money if they can. So I'll be voting against that amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hall.
So just as clarity, there's no ask to incorporate any of it. It's just an ask for admin to tell us what it could look like. And, the budget is many small items that add up along the way. It starts off, it's a lot of little things that build up into something big. And we've just had a discussion where there's a lot of focus on cut. And that's fine, but also we can talk about items where we can just lose less money. So what would it take if we changed fees on this or that, or had our campgrounds, instead of losing, one number, they lose $50,000 less this year? So there's lots of options, and we just heard that they'll probably come back with more cost savings. Well, that's exactly what the motion is asking to confirm. Just come back with some ideas for us to consider. So I see no reason why we should be afraid to ask them in for their advice and ideas for us to do better. And then we can choose, and we may say, you know what, those are all great things. That's a step too far. It's okay to reject that, but really, I guess I'm really shocked that we're nervous about even asking them to do it in a formal way.
I don't think it's so much, go ahead, Councillor Chisholm.
I thought part of this too is we were going to take a look at some of that and like the recreation and all these other things that we thought there was some access to. And we were going to make some decisions that would probably help council with what the ask is here. Also, with the tax increases that we've seen in the last couple of years. And if we're gonna cut, I think we got to be careful with that too. I mean, they're paying more taxes. I think as council, we have to be careful with that as well. Like we've got to find this balance, but I thought that meeting was going to help us also find the balance, know where to go, and at least give some direction to council.
Thank you. And I don't think it's a fear of not wanting to see proposals and whatnot to bring back to council. I think it's more of, can we see what, after all the discussions that we've had, what that's going to look like on January 8th, and then keep going forward from there. That's kind of where I'm at with it. And as you mentioned, we could come back on Thursday if administration is ready for that. But I think, as you mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, you wanted to delete everything off of here so we didn't have to come back on the 18th. So I'm at the stage right now, I want to see what the budget looks like after it's been amended on January 8th before I can make any further additions to it. That's where I'm at, but that's just me personally. Go ahead. All right, so where are we at, folks? Does anybody have anything else they would like to add? Did you want a second amendment, Councillor Capitania?
Back of my head.
I'm just being courteous. Would you like a second amendment?
Did I have my hand?
All right, I don't need to be courteous. Anyone else? We're ready to go. So on the amendment, if we're ready for the vote, and it's a recorded vote to direct administration to bring proposals back to council to further limit spending to the rate of assessment growth. Is that for January 8th or for January?
Yes, for the
8th?
8th, because I think there's no reason not to have that available to discuss once we see the revisions that we've already made, rather than delaying it yet another meeting.
Okay, for January 8th. If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? There's 3 and opposed. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I'm sorry, we recorded vote. So the 4 was Councillor Hall, Councillor Callahan, Councillor Capitanic, and opposed. Councillor Dowlick, Councillor Chisholm, Councillor Jamzik, Reeve Hall, Deputy Reeve Holland, Deputy Reeve Inns, and Councillor Stasiak. So that amendment fails, and I'm sorry, do you have, is it written here? Okay, the motion, I move that, Deputy Minns moves that council approve the interim 2026 operating and capital budgets as discussed and direct administration to incorporate the discussed changes into the amended interim budget for council's review and consideration at the January 8th, 2026 meeting. We're ready for the vote. All those in favor? And opposed? It was recorded. All those in favor, Councillor Dowlix, Councillor Chisholm, Councillor Chamzik, Reeve Holland, Deputy Reeve Minns, Councillor Stasiak, and opposed? Councillor Capitanic, Councillor Hall, and Councillor Callahan. Fails. It passes, pardon me. It's lunchtime. I think it's time for a break. If we can please come back.
Madam Chair, can I ask you to pass one more motion before you move?
Sure,
We probably need a motion to cancel this Thursday's meeting, special meeting, if you don't mind,
absolutely.
since we now don't need it.
Anybody would like to, Councillor Callahan would like to cancel a special meeting on December 18th, 2026. If we're all ready for that, all in favor? And I don't see any opposed, 9 and 0. And if we could please come back at 12:30, that would be great. I think we're good. There we go. Awesome. All right. Like to reconvene the meeting. We are at our agenda item 4.1, which is on page 22 of your agenda package regarding the Collinton local improvement tax. Deputy Reed Mins.
I would like to move a motion, bring first reading of the repealing bylaw 0052005 on the January 28th, is it?
January 8th, I think, January 8th meeting.
January 8th meeting. And further direct administration to confirm if there has been any ownership change for the properties that paid the Collinton improvement tax levy in full. And bring back the information to the January 29th, 2026 meeting for the second and third readings of bylaw 0052005. And while I'm at it here, I'm going to throw on the third one, direct administration to create an amending bylaw for bylaw 008-2020. The levying of water sewer service charges, Schedule A, effective February 1st, 2026, to be presented at the January 29th meeting to include the following: usage fee in Collinton, Grassland, Wandering River hamlets and rural subdivisions from $6 a meter cubed to $6.22 a meter cubed. This captures the increase from the Water Commission. Truck fill rates would remain the same as $6 a meter cubed and could be adjusted once the new payment software has been installed. However, the expense of the truck fill is less than the expense for the underground services to bring water to the tap. And rescind bylaw 009-2025.
Okay. So okay, this is, and thank you, this is the Collinton levy local improvement tax has been back and forth with council for a year and a half, if not longer, trying to make those decisions as to what to do with it. And CAO provided a brief report here on the request for decision, which explains some of it. But I've got quite a bit more that I think might be helpful to add today to give our new counselors some more information on what the Collinton local improvement levy is all about, why it was put into place, what's happening with it now today and has been for many years. So I've made a whole pile of notes here so that hopefully this will be helpful, and I'd be happy to share the notes. I can email them to you so that you have time to look at that as we look at the different things coming in January, February, March, et cetera, with it comes to water. So as I mentioned here, the Collinton local improvement levy and water and sewer rates bylaw, it represents currently right now another bad handshake agreement, in my opinion, that needs to be cleaned up. So the history of it, when water and Councillor Dowlick, I'm pretty sure you can remember when the water was put in, because I think you were on council at that time when water was going up to Wandering River and Grassland. So when that project happened, when water was put in both those particular hamlets, it was done so mainly by the Water for Life grant, as well as Highway 63, when it was being twinned, they needed to move the Wandering River reservoir. So they opted to help out, I'm pretty sure, with the costs with regards to that reservoir as well. And so the majority of costs, then, by the way, the project for the water finished in the summer of 2012. This bylaw was put in place in Collinton in 2007. So there's a 5-year difference when Collinton received their water through their hamlet, and then when it moved further east. Okay, so there's a 5-year span there. So the majority of that cost, as I mentioned, was covered, which then left Collinton saying, okay, well, hang on, if they don't have to have a local improvement levy, why should we continue to have a local improvement levy? So the council of the day decided to not repeal the local improvement bylaw. They chose to use a different method to forgive the local improvement levy. So it was a $232 per year levy that went on their taxes, which is about $19.33 a month. So what the council of the day decided to say is, okay, well, we'll just lower your per cube dollar amount to forgive $1933 a month to make up that $232 a year. So their local improvement levy has been forgiven for many years, but done through the water rates bylaw to lower and discount their water. So it's really convoluted, confusing. It's been creating some issues when we're trying to figure out rates and whatever else to do for utilities. So it's been pretty frustrating. Just to go through the notes. So it was mentioned in the report that $22,272 per year for 94 properties. But what it didn't mention in the report was that money is being forgiven through the water rates. So we're not losing. If we were to forgive or repeal the improvement levy, we wouldn't lose. We've already been forgiving it, if that makes sense, right? So currently Collinton's current rate is $4.24 per cubic meter, while Grassland, Wandering River, the truck fills, the subdivisions, they're $6 per cubic meter. We do have a minimum of 5 cubic meters, but we can discuss that when we get to the water rates. So the recent bylaw was changed with the premise that the repealing bylaw would be considered before the end of the year. And as we all know, everybody's busy. We're trying to get through all of the different priorities and whatnot. But on January 1st, this coming January 1st, the Water Commission rates will be increasing from $4.13 to $4.35. So what that does, when Collinton is at $4.24, they're paying under what even the county is paying. Okay, so for me, that's a concern, that if we're worried about costs and savings and all of these things, that we're at a greater loss with regards to the rate change. Council is aware of the water rate increase, so that's why I'm thinking if we can try and mitigate this by February 1, we could probably do some savings with regards to our water for the rates. The current water rate bylaw definitely causes some animosity, and it's amongst other water users due to the different rates for Collinton without any clear explanation in the water rates bylaw. So there's some explanation that we're always doing, why are they paying less than what we're paying, et cetera, et cetera. So it's been causing some confusion there. The local improvement levy levies should not be forgiven by using, in my opinion, by using another bylaw to discount the service board. It creates an issue where we're not being transparent. We're using another bylaw to forgive another bylaw. For me, it just creates a bunch of unnecessary, if we're going to forgive it, let's forgive it. Oh, and there's also properties in Collinton, which I've discovered throughout this process, that are charged the local improvement levy, but do not use water. So therefore, they have no way of getting the discount off to forgive their levy. So they're paying the $232 like everybody else is, but they don't have water going to their residence or to their property that they're being able to discount to remove their levy. So they're paying it, and everybody else is getting it forgiven. So there's 4 that I know of for sure. The current water sewer bylaw and the schedule of the fees bylaw, of course, as we saw in the email, they're conflicting, as the schedule of fees bylaw was not quite updated with the current water sewer rates. And I feel that we could easily resolve all of this by February 1, as the motion was read here, that we dig into this information, get our heads wrapped around it. Come January 8th, we're able to look at first reading of the repealing bylaw. It gives us an opportunity to make some educated decisions and choices if this is something that council would like to look into. There were some questions on the report from CAO, and one of them was, does council intend to revise the fees and changes bylaw? Well, I think we're going to need to, of course, because it's conflicting, but some of those changes may also coming up in another item for the recreation fee changes. So that bylaw is going to come back anyway, as far as I can tell, if council's agreeing with the changes. So yes, I would think that we're intending to revise the fees and charges bylaw. The other question was, does council intend to rebate any property owner who paid in full the local improvement charges to date? From my understanding from a previous report, when this came to council, there's 3 different properties that paid in full. One is a provincial property, and then there's 2 other landowners, but we don't know if they're the same landowner that was originally paid. compared to what it is today. So if the original owner is no longer in existence and it's a new owner, the new owner has not been paying a levy, but enjoying a discount in their water, if that makes any sense, right? So we need to kind of get that information to know if that's the case. And then it was mentioned as well, do we give that refund to the other owners? And I think in the repealing bylaw, which I should probably try and find it, it mentioned to do a refund if it's the same owners, do a refund over every year for the next 11 years, which would be a total, I think, of about $8,000 in total. And maybe $600, $700 a year. So it's really not a big hit. We've already been doing it. We've already been forgiving the repealing bylaw. I think we just need to make it clean. And that's just my personal opinion there. So if the fees and charges for water rates are to be reviewed, does council wish to differentiate between residential users, non-residential users, and residents versus non-residents? Thank you. I think that that's a conversation that we continually have. And so the new counselors, so you know, there is going to be some new billing, I'm going to call it billing software, coming to our truck fills that will allow us to have these different categories, that will allow us to have, you know, we can do off numbers. It's not solid dollars or solid coins, because it's no longer going to be coins in there. You could do 622, you could do 638, you could do 714. There's different rates rather than having to be a solid dollar, if I have that understanding correctly on the new billing software. So there's a lot to think about with regards to what's coming up for our truck fills and those particular properties. But in my opinion, by settling this issue before the end of January, the utility bill for the water sewer would be adjusted with the new rate, and the improvement tax levy would be repealed with only 1 month into the new tax year, not 2, 3, 4 months, or even pushing even further. And then, of course, that doesn't prevent us from doing a review of the water sewer rates, which still could be done February, March, later, those types of things, or even when the truck fill payment software is updated. So I know it's a lot of information, which is why I'm hoping that people will have that opportunity to think about this over the next couple of weeks, and come our January 8th meeting, we can bring it back up and kind of understand where we're coming from, what you think about it, what your opinions are to have this repealing bylaw being forgiven for so many years. Just for me personally, clean it off, get it off the books, and put everybody back to the same rates and remove some of these issues. But it's also mentioned in the bylaw as well, the repealing bylaw sample that we have here, the draft. Nothing in this bylaw restricts Council of Athabasca County from funding future local improvements through a local improvement tax within the hamlet of Colleton or any other area of the county in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Government Act, which is very important to understand. This wouldn't set a precedence, because as far as I'm concerned, that it's already being forgiven. But with any future projects or anything that is coming forward, this wouldn't prevent us from instituting a local improvement levy anywhere else. But that's where I said, I don't know if I've made it more convoluted, or if if anybody understands it for the new counselors that have come on board, where you're at and where you understand it to be. And maybe Jack, do you have, or Councillor Dowlick, pardon me, if you have any history with regards to the forgiving of the levy, because that's not something we've been able to find I haven't been able to find in the minutes.
Right offhand, I can't remember. I do have some, I got some information at home, but haven't looked at it. I also, I think you mentioned most of the county had put some money into that water line, right? It wasn't all funded by transportation and the grant.
We
remember?
I'm sorry, I was in junior high when that happened.
Right. And that's the thing. I know there probably was some expense, but it wasn't a great deal because of the fact of the 90% Water for Life grant, as well as the funding coming from the twinning of Highway 63. Councillor Kaptani.
All right, thank you. So topic or not, I did make some notes. For me, this has come up time and time again as a classic solution in search of a problem. I in no time have seen any evidence of resident concerns or complaints. I have asked for names of said residents that have had concerns and not been provided them. I have wanted to reach out to said residents, but they don't seem to exist. No counselor promoting this idea year after year has ever spoken to me personally or asked to speak to my community when I have offered to engage in town hall and even requested it. I have taken it upon myself over the last year to speak to as many residents of Collington as I can. And the results were basically, I didn't know it existed. It doesn't bother me. It's totally fine. Leave it as it is. The negative outcomes of repealing the bylaw outweigh the concept of it's just a wash and clean it up. So we talk about all this extra administration time. We're not allowed to ask questions because it'll cost too much administration time. Well, here administration is even asking for more time on this and we're telling them we want it by January. That I don't think is fair and that's a negative outcome. There was an unintended blessing that came with this levy, and that was to renters. And if you're familiar with Collington, it has a lot of small affordable houses and it is a high rental community. Renters don't pay the levy. And so the unintended blessing was a break for people that are likely in a life situation in which renting is necessity. If we remove that levy, the property owner, it doesn't matter to them, but now we actually are hindering the rental community of Collington. As a person who lives there, owns a home, pays the levy and pays for water, I have no problem with it. And again, the people I've spoken to haven't either. I really feel that the bad taste in my mouth has been over the years on this topic is that I've never been treated like a colleague or respected as a councillor of the area. And I feel like if I went to any of your divisions and decided that I wanted to change the speed limit in Caslan or Wandering River or Baptiste Lake, for all that matters, I wouldn't even have to talk to you, question you, see if your residents are interested. I'd just say I got a bunch of calls and start bringing it to council every year. And that's the leadership that I've seen at this table. And that is why I will fight this levy, or repealing this levy, whether it makes sense or not. It is a really good example of how to not be treated.
Thank you. Thank you. So, I guess my only response is this isn't a personal attack on anyone. This is simply considering our municipality as a whole, as we are under oath and given a duty to do. When you mentioned that if nobody knew about it or if it's not bothersome to them, then I see that there's a bylaw that's a repealing bylaw that has been created that wouldn't change anything for the owners in Collington at all, and is pretty much done to the point where we just need to go through the motions to fix the issue of something that's been hidden for a very long time. And pardon me, renters, when you mention, I would think most property owners who rent out, and this is just my opinion, would make sure that their costs are covered in the rent, which would include their taxes, their mortgage interest, or whatever it is that they've got on the go. That would usually be included in the rent, so that rent would probably cover the levy itself. So again, it's unfortunate you feel the way you feel with regards to being slighted in any way. I think we've tried to make that very clear. That's not the purpose and never has been. We're just trying to, like any other agreement that we've had that's been handshake agreements, we've been going through quite a few of them and trying to clean them up and making sure that we're on the straight path of transparency, accountability, clear direction, not something that's hidden by forgiving one bylaw by affecting another bylaw, and that other bylaw has been creating problems. So again, it's not a personal attack on Collington or the councillor in Collington or anything of the sort. It is simply doing our due diligence and making sure that we have clean, clear agreements and bylaws without any convolution that creates the issues. Deputy Reed-Mintz.
Yeah, the biggest thing is it's just transparency. People across Athabasca County should be treated exactly the same. It doesn't matter what we're doing out there. And right now, in between the hamlets, we have one hamlet that isn't being treated the same as the rest of the hamlets. And if one hamlet's paying $6 a cube at the tap, why isn't that one hamlet paying $6 a cube? It's just transparency. It's not a penalization. We just went through a long discussion prior to lunch, about trying to tighten our belts and find some money. Well, you know what? When we start selling water to one hamlet for cheaper than what we're buying it for, we're not saving no money there. We need to treat everybody fair, and that's all that this is doing, is treating everybody fair. For the month of January, Collington is going to get their water for $4.24 a cube. And everybody else is going to be paying $6. So it just, even the sewer costs are cheaper in Collington compared to the other hamlets. So it's because it's based on water consumption. So yeah, this is, we just need to get this repeal bylaw done and move it on. And then everybody's treated fair.
Thank you. Councillor Capitani.
Just a question through the chair to admin. If this actually goes through, what numbers would there be numbers changed in the budget for what we're expecting to receive for taxes? Because that $232 per household a year would then not be on this year's tax roll. Would that be correct?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think it shows up in the water budget as other taxation. I think it, so wouldn't really necessarily affect the tax roll, but we could incorporate that into the final tax roll at final budget. So we could adjust for that. It would affect the water budget.
Because we won't be taking the money in on that end. Sorry to follow up. Okay. Well,
So basically it's an in.
I just don't want to see $232 on my tax bill in June, that's all. Rather than 96 other people.
Well, that's exactly it. If the repealing bylaw is there, the 230, if the repealing bylaw is passed, the 232 tax levy would no longer be on the tax bill. The water rates, the water rates, you asked if it would be in the budget. The water rates already forgive the $232 by the discounted water rates. It's a zero in and an out. It's zero. There is no implication financially to the county when we're already forgiving a levy, just doing so by using the water rates to decrease the 1933 per month on average right now, compared to the which was 1933 times 12 is 232. We're already giving that discount. So it's not a financial decrease to the county. It's a cleanup of a poor handshake agreement.
I can.
Please, Councillor Stacey.
I agree with you. I just need a little bit of clarification. I read the article the other night about the reimbursement of those three residents there. And it's my understanding that from today and on, it's $232 till the end of the term reimbursement. Is that correct?
Well, what it says in the bylaw itself is it mentions that refunds, taxes owed in arrears, if the local improvement if the local improvement tax has been paid in full for a parcel, a refund shall be issued to the owner for each year in the period of January 1, 2026 to December 31st, 2037.
Correct. That's how I read it too.
So, and that's only if, as far as I'm concerned, if the owners are still the same that paid the levy to the start. If it's not the same owners, they no longer, they've just been receiving a discounted water rate.
Correct. The only thing is, how do we deal with them? If the owner has sold and moved someplace else, that's still his money though, is it? Or does
Well, he hasn't been they've sold it, the property's done, they haven't been receiving a discount at all. If it's the same owner, what their discount has already been forgiven through their water rate decrease.
Yes, I followed that.
Right, and then
Yeah.
they would just be given the refund further on.
that's
And I
fair.
think it was, as I wrote it down somewhere, it was less than, let's see here, it's 600, if it's all three, it would be $696 per year instead of
Right.
discounting water rate.
Right.
Yeah.
So actually, in conclusion, I agree with is what the proposal is here. I think it's very important to stabilize that rate right across the board. No mix and match and stuff like that, because sooner or later, it's just gonna come back to bite us. Some people are gonna say, well, I paid this, I paid that, and next thing you know, we have different rates for everybody, and then Rochester, of course, not if, when you bring water down there, I have to defend them too. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Councillor Hall.
Just as a point of clarification, I'm wondering if my colleague would clarify, when you said I read the article the other night, what article is there an article I missed, or what did you read?
The RFP. Yeah.
I can't see, I was trying to pull it up.
It's on page 22 of our agenda package. That was provided by a request for decision by CAO Beck. This is also coming from, like I say, this was, I think, back in April when we had asked for it to come forward. And like, again, I understand completely how busy everybody is and how difficult it is to keep all of those open motions that we have flowing. But being that our water rates are changing and increasing, which really kind of gave me a bit more of an urgency on this one to just try and get it dealt with. The repealing bylaw is done. It's just a matter of getting it through and deciding if council would like to pass it or not and clean it up. Go ahead, please, Councillor Hall.
So once again, I feel like I'm wondering where this is on council's priorities. You know, we don't know because we've not collectively sat down and discussed what our most important problems are to solve and in what order. Instead, this really does feel to me like a personal priority being, presented with at best incomplete information. We don't have a full briefing from admin. And for me, this simply does not have the data needed to demonstrate that there's a problem that needs solving. We have not had a discussion, and we've not taken administration's advice on how we might solve this. We don't even know what it will cost exactly. Administration has asked for more time to table it. Their advice is to table it into the new year, which I think when you read between the lines on that, it's so that they have time to prepare a full briefing note. Friends, this for me is exactly why we should be asking administration for their advice before making commitments to positions, or before taking a decision based on partial information or, a presentation that kind of drives at a conclusion. If we think we've identified a problem, we should put it on the table and we should talk about it. And we should ask admin, once we've agreed that it's a problem, and once we've agreed that it's a priority problem that we need to solve, which, to be clear, we have not done, then we should ask admin for their advice and their expertise, because that is part of their job. And we should get them to provide us a balanced bit of advice on how to solve the problem. And I'll admit we made this mistake in the last term, where we've identified what we might have thought was a problem and then, drove a solution forward without having admin weigh in. And I had hoped, we would have learned from that. But right now, we don't even know if administration has received any complaints. How many phone calls have they received on this? My guess it's fewer than the number of fingers on hand. We've not checked with residents. Are we afraid to do a public consultation and talk about this? If we want transparency, we should do a town hall and have a conversation before we drive this forward. There's no reason to rush. I agree with the comment, it seems like a solution in search of a problem. And for me, it would be a disservice to our residents to adopt it without first getting advice from administration on the implications, on the costs, on the capacity to implement it. So for me, in part, this also makes life more expensive for families. And to be clear, this is not a handshake agreement. This is a legal agreement. There's a levy. The levy runs with the land. Levies impact the value of land. So, we start talking about, well, whose money is it and who didn't pay and who levies run with the land, they impact the value. Now, this, granted, is relatively small and in a maybe less sophisticated market wouldn't have a gigantic impact, but they run with the land. There is no reason to rush this without a full briefing from administration. And if we want to make things equal, just reduce the discount. I think actually, it was the deputy reeve that moved the motion to discount the water in Collinton when we did it. I'm deeply worried that we're ignoring the recommendations of administration and we're being asked to make a decision without a full briefing. I'm not sure why this is coming to the last council meeting of the year in a rush for a decision. I'm also worried that we're being asked to jump to a conclusion on water rates without a discussion by council. We just had a motion asking us to pick a rate, and we've not even discussed how we want to price water. Do we want to price it at a gigantic loss? Maybe we believe so clearly that we should make life affordable for families that we price it at our purchase cost. We sell it at $4.35. Maybe we don't, but we've not collectively had that conversation, and yet we're being asked to begin talking about a bylaw that already has a predetermined conclusion in it. So I think we have to back up and say we can take a breath and take some time about how we price water across the county. Shouldn't we respect each other enough to have this as a full discussion item instead of what is ultimately kind of a tag-on motion attached to another motion? This, like all of this, does not sit well. Administration has clearly told us we should table this to February, and I think we should respect that, defeat this motion, pass a tabling motion so that we have more time to have a conversation. And I would like a recorded vote on this. And also to propose that in advance of any changes, we hold a town hall in the hamlet of Collinton to share this idea with residents as an amendment.
Okay, thank you. I'll try and get that amendment written down here. I also have comment to your comments, but go ahead, please, Councillor Chanzik and Deputy Reeve Mintz.
I don't generally like to repeat a lot of things that have already been said, but as we talk about transparency and equalization throughout the hamlets, expense for families in Collinton, definitely I see as a factor, as I live in a very transient town with lots of renters and stuff as well, and the water rates are much different there. As we know, our water rates are moving up from the commission. I mean, those are the points and the facts that are actually there. Expense for families is everywhere. All of our hamlets seem to have high renting turnover families, and I do think that it being equal throughout all our hamlets is a important priority for myself.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Mintz.
I guess I don't know where the other councillors have been for the last 4 years, but I distinctly remember having this discussion regarding this levy and regarding water rates virtually every year, because we discussed the water rate bylaw. And we have discussed this over and over and over about how we want to be transparent. There's no disrespect here or anything to any counselor. There's no disrespect. It's like, just bring it forward to remove something that nobody's paying for anyway. We have a levy and we're paying for it. So why have the levy? That's the only thing that needs to be discussed here. It's like, and again, I go to it. Councils about 3 years ago wanted water up around $11 a cube. And we fought and got it down to $6. And we have these discussions. The town hall? What do you want to have a town hall about? That have first reading of the bylaw. Then that way, second reading, you can get some comments from the area residents if they're not happy with it. let's just move forward here and get rid of this bylaw because it doesn't make sense. And the first time council noticed it was 4 years ago when we went and looked at the water rates and we seen this. Why is Collington paying different than Grassland or Wandering River? Why is that? So we've been discussing this for 4 years. Somebody tells me that we haven't. That's wrong. We've been discussing this for 4 years. And every time it comes up, it gets put underneath the carpet. And I'm tired of putting stuff like this underneath the carpet. Everybody just be transparent. If I don't want to pay any less taxes than my neighbors down the road. I want to be treated fair. And that's the way the county should run. And there's no disrespect here. I don't know where that's even coming from.
Thank you. I'm trying to get my head wrapped around all of everything that my colleague has said. And I guess I'm a bit miffed in a lot of ways. Administration has brought forward their reports. We've seen this over and over and over again in our time. I'm not sure why we would hold a town hall to tell people, well, nothing's going to change on your bottom line. We're just going to take your discount and take away your levy. It zeroes everything out. It's going to mean nothing to your bottom line. So I'm not sure why we would do that. It just seems really confusing to me. And again, it's exactly that. This is the topic that we've had several times, and I do not understand. And I'm really trying to get my head wrapped around why we would continue forgiving a tax levy through water rates. I don't understand it. And as we know now, we're now seeing where the problem lies, an increase to our county's bill is now going to be impacted even further if we carry down this path and not fix this problem. So it's a huge problem to me. So yeah, Councillor Callahan.
Hi, so respectfully, some of us haven't been here having this discussion for 4 years. And I see it's bringing out emotion, a lot of valid points, whatever. I'm thinking if admin's recommendation is to table it to February or March, maybe it'll give some of us time to wrap our heads around us and also ensure that our colleagues are not both voting in haste and emotion. I would prefer that. So I'm not saying it shouldn't be dealt with. I'm just saying that maybe it should wait so that some of us can sort of have some speed to catch up with that and make an informed vote without the emotions in the room factoring into that.
Thank you. And that can easily be done by bringing first reading of the repealing bylaw January 8th. That allows administration to provide more information to help with the understanding of the reasons for the bylaw and the repealing bylaw and the water rate discounts and all of those things. And then it was tabled till February, March. Well, January 29th is 2 days from February 1st. And what that allows us to do is by February 1st, have this in effect so that we're not going March, April, May with Collington paying way less than what even the county pays. So for me, that's where my sense of urgency comes, but it still allows a full on out month and a half for our new counselors to be able to understand all the information that's been presented to them. Like I said, I'll be happy to share my notes that I just read from today so that that gives you some opportunity to look at that as well. And then for administration to come forward. So we can beat this. Go ahead, please, Councillor Stacey.
Oh, sorry, I'm just waiting for you.
Go ahead.
I just did some quick calculations. It's all within $8 by eliminating the levy and moving the rate to $6. It all works out to within $8.
Or less, yeah.
And so
Yeah.
I don't see where the big issue is here of it's the same, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Right. And it just cleans up the fact that we don't have it cleans up, that gets rid of an improvement levy that's already being forgiven.
Yeah.
It just cleans it up. We don't have to deal with it anymore. And then when we get to our water rates, which we are going to have a review anyway, It's gonna happen. We have to have that review. We have a bylaw, the water rate bylaw, that we have to bring back what the changes that are being made because of the change to the commission's water rate. So that, all that review is not going to go away. It's still gonna happen. What this does is puts us in a place where we make things right. And then we go forward with a proper review and a proper water rates bylaw, no longer having the improvement levy hanging over us to impact it. We can work on a straight, even keel. That's where I'm at. So I think the amendment here, unless anybody else would like to weigh in, Councillor Hall?
I'm going to say we have 4 new members at the table. It's been brought up, and I'm still struggling with what the rush is to get this done without taking time to build knowledge. We're already losing nearly $400,000 a year on water. If you think about, if we had the information about what the water use in Collinton is going to cost and the difference in price, like we're dealing with pennies per cubic meter, like there is no gigantic amount of money that's going to be lost by having this deferred a month or 2 months while everybody kind of gets their head around it and builds knowledge. We only buy 100,000 cubes a year. I mean, at best, 10 cents a cube is 10 grand, and that's on every cube of water we buy, which obviously does not go through Collinton. I also want to say, like, why would we want to share one person's notes instead of, why wouldn't we want to wait for a briefing from admin and get the balance? My worry here is we're proposing one solution to a problem that I'm not even going to say, is or is not a problem. I'm just saying we haven't heard from admin on what the other solutions to the problem are. And yet again, we're being asked to refuse to hear from them. And so, like, I just want to really reiterate, administration's recommendation is that this matter be tabled to February or March in accordance with a decision that has already been made by council. So now we're saying we should ignore that past decision and just do it now. It's too rushed for me. We need more time. And I would like both of these to be recorded votes.
Thank you. Once again, it gives 6 weeks for,
It's not necessary to rebut every time I speak.
well, I guess obviously we didn't catch it the first time, so you've repeated what you have said. We need to now make sure everyone understands it's 6 weeks. You mentioned February. January 29th is 2 days away from February. To have this organized and cleaned up as by then makes sense. I do not understand, I'm sorry, for our past, our history, all of these things, why you wouldn't want to clean up an agreement that's a mess. I just don't get it, but your
Please don't
amendment, I believe,
put
was
words
to
in my mouth or
propose,
lay assumptions on me. You don't know.
your
what
amendment was to
assumption is,
propose a
Tracy.
town hall in Collinton? Was that the amendment to propose a town hall in Collinton? Is that accurate?
The amendment is to hold a town hall at Collinton before we make any changes to this. Yeah, I think Ms. Blair probably
Yeah,
has it.
town hall in Collinton before we make any changes, okay? All right. Does anybody else want to weigh in here? Are we going ready for the vote on the amendment? Councillor Capitania.
I'd like to repeat myself in saying I did ask for a town hall last year, and it is not to ask so much the community of their opinion, but to give them the information and to answer their questions prior to making a decision. So that if and when a decision is made, the town is educated on it.
Okay, thank you. I'm quite sure they'll be happy to hear their $232 tax levies off their taxes, but go ahead.
Where would it be held in case, other people from other areas of the county, the hall? Okay, great. Internet, even Zoom. Lots of room. Good.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else? Again, it's vote equality across our other hamlets, so go ahead, please.
Well, if we do the town hall meeting, almost every motion should have a town hall meeting. I would make a decision in Grassland or where else, Rochester. Have a town hall meeting. Can't we make a decision here and just carry on? It's a simple thing to do. Let's clean it up.
Thank you. Anybody else? So I think if we're ready for the amendment, Councillor Hall's and its recorded vote, the amendment is to hold a town hall in Colleton before we make any changes. If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? Councillor Hall, Councillor Calhoun, Councillor Kapitanic, and opposed? Councillor Dowlick, Councillor Chisholm, Councillor Chapzik, Reeve Holland, Deputy Reeve Mins, Councillor Stasiak. Thank you, that it fails. So the motion that we have on the floor is to bring first reading of the repealing bylaw 2005 on January 8th, and further to direct administration to confirm if there has been an ownership change for the properties that paid the Colleton Improvement Tax Levy in full, and bring back the information to the January 29th, 2026 meeting for a second and third reading of bylaw 2005. Did I get that right? Yes. Okay. Are we ready for that vote? The recorded vote, yes. We're ready. All those in favor? Councillor Dowlick, Councillor Chisholm, Councillor Chamzik, Councillor Kapitanic, Reeve Holland, Deputy Reeve Mins, Councillor Stasiak, Councillor Calhoun, and all those opposed? Councillor Hall. Thank you. And the last item, motion was to direct administration to create amending bylaw for bylaw 008/2020, the levying of water and sewer service charges Schedule A, effective February 1st, 2026, to be presented at the January 29th, 2026 meeting to include the following: usage fee in Colleton, Grassland, Wandering River, Hamlets, and rural subdivisions from $6 per cubic meter to $6.22 per cubic meter, and to rescind bylaw 009/2025. Is everybody ready for that? All those in favor? Councillor Dowlick, Councillor Chisholm, Councillor Chamzik, Councillor Kapitanic, Reeve Holland, Deputy Reeve Mins, Councillor Stasiak, Councillor Calhoun, and opposed? Councillor Hall. Thank you. Okay. I believe we are moving on to item number 5.1, which is the CAO update on page 33 of your agenda package. CAO, would you like to weigh in or just have any questions? Any questions from administration or from council for CAO? Everybody's happy with that one? I just have a quick question. The potential meeting with Lac-La-Biche County Council, did we have dates that were offered? There were dates offered for that, if I remember. Did we offer any dates?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
I think February 18th, was it not? They're very happy with that date.
Okay. February 18th. Awesome. Anybody else? Getting ready to move. Go ahead, please, Councillor Stacey.
Was there a time attached to that, or that's going to be up or provided later?
Yeah, we haven't figured that out yet,
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Okay. Being we have no action items, we're going to move to the next report on our Councillor Kapitanic.
I do have to leave for doctor's appointment, so I'm just gonna put this in now. I would like to put in a notice of motion to ask for reconsideration of the last two motions at our next council meeting. Which would be the 8th. Thank you, January 8th.
Okay.
That's that.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty, so we're going to go on to the department updates, starting on page 34 of your agenda package. And I believe that first one is corporate services. If you'd like to go ahead, please.
Not sure if anybody has any questions, Madam Chair.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for, please go ahead, Counselor Thompson.
It's not really a question. As we, and I understand you really don't either, but when it comes to bridge file numbers, is there any way that we can have some sort of location just so it resonates a little bit easier for myself, please? If possible.
Certainly, we can do that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, if we can move then on to our, oh, go ahead, please, Deputy Reedman.
It's just kudos to yourself and the grant writer for getting this internship. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Been fighting for it for a few years and it was great news when that came through. So thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve and members of council. Yes, I think it helped that we went to Edmonton and met with the grants folks. We did a little bit of whining and it helped. I think they got the message. We really wanted an intern, so we're really grateful we received it. Thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I'll just follow up as well. As we know, the amount of work when you look at these reports is phenomenal. That you see from administration, and we really appreciate getting enough, that bird's eye view of looking at these reports and trying to understand exactly what you're going through in the day to day. So thank you for all you do. Okay, if anybody is, or if nobody has any more questions, if we can move to the finance department update, which is on page 38 of your agenda package. Did you want to speak to it or to just wait for questions?
Nothing to add.
Okay, does anybody have anything that they would like to ask Director Daly? You know, your reports are done well. No questions.
Yeah.
Right? Again, we really appreciate the reports, we really do. And when you're not getting any questions, it's because everybody is either gobsmacked at how much you guys do, or they're just so very well written that we don't need to ask questions. So if everybody's ready to move on to the next one, perfect. Page 41, this is the Infrastructure Services Department update. And of course, Director Morton is away at this, or is he hiding? No, he's away.
He's away.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions here? Because this is another great report and there's pictures and everything. Does anybody have any questions?
I do have a question, but I think it's one of those things that if it's all right, I could just write an email. I was just curious on maintenance. If that would be north of Grassland running east and west on the first bullet point. Where they cleaned up the lagoon drainage ditch. Is that all right if I just write an email?
Yeah,
And
just send it.
include everyone?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Deputy.
I don't have a question. I just want to say, great work by all the, operators and snowplow drivers, everybody trying to keep this county on the go. And, it's, they're out there and they were getting run down with time that they've been putting in. So great work by all the employees keeping this place going.
Counselor Stacey.
I'd like to reiterate that I'm one of the lucky ones that don't have a whole lot of complaints in my area yet. And also like to mention a thank you to cleaning out the lagoon in Rochester. I seen that yesterday. There was some discussion about trees in the lagoon and the size of them and so on. And I made a special effort to drive by and I just happened to notice there's a hole and a cat in there. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Counselor Hall?
Just wondering if administration feels that we have enough set aside to do the drainage ditch work that's been identified by various residents in terms of needing maintenance and things that have been ignored. And I know it has come up a couple of times. For me, do we have enough budget to keep ahead of that now?
Well, council's never established a level of service, so that's like asking if a hole is deep enough. For what? We don't know. So we've identified that as one of our needs. It would really help us do our job if council established a level of service. So that list of things that we told council we need for the future, that's one of them. So it's a moving target until council tells us what they would like.
Anybody else? Good?
If I could say one thing, I know the residents in my area are sure happy at the speedy time it took to do some of those that bridge run work. So it's much appreciated, especially in this weather as well.
Awesome. Always like to hear the positives, right? Coming back from residents when they're happy. That's great. And I'll share as well, I've been receiving good reports for grader operators as well in our areas. I know particularly in Division 5, I've had 3 that I forwarded on to CAO. So it's unfortunate I didn't get some of the names that came up as unknown name, unknown numbers on my personal phone. So just for the public, if you would really would be great if to share your compliments of staff directly to the CAO so that they get that information directly from you. It'd be awesome. Go ahead, Deputy Reedmans.
I was just flipping the pages here and all of a sudden it come to my attention. Great work on the boat launches. Thank you very much for fixing up the boat launches that really needed to work on there. Now, I don't know if that's temporary fixes that were done, or are we looking at changing I guess the level of what type of cement structures we use in there? Are we looking at that? Just due to the fact of it maybe lasting longer?
So yes, we have started to look into the larger cement pads. So Whitney is looking at ordering a couple and likely probably gonna try them out at Baptiste. Yeah.
But right now, that's one of the things that got downscaled
Yes,
in the
correct.
budget to save money.
Yeah, it's kind
So,
of.
I mean, we could go through, there's lots of things that we cut, and that's one of them.
Yeah, no, and I understand that, but I know if because I was using a different type of cement blocks in there will actually increase the life of these boat launches. Drastically increase the life, and I just wanted to ask if we were still looking at that to be able to move that forward, hopefully. Thank you.
Councillor Hall?
Just in follow-up to that comment, and again, without intending to direct anything, to make sure that admin is aware that in our region, we have a world-class cement expert. And if we're looking at ordering cement from, out and about, we have a local company that is world-class, setting new standards in cement construction and materials, and boat launches are cement and water is one of the things they've done some work with. So it would be a shame if in our view of the world and research that we didn't also kind of look in our own backyard and see what's available in terms of expertise. Because I don't know, cement's pretty heavy. If you got to bring it from anywhere, getting it closer to home might be a good deal.
Okay, anybody else? Moving right along again, kudos to your departments and to Director Morton. This is awesome information, and I said it before and I'll say it again. If the public want to know what's happening, come and check out the department reports because they're thorough. They are very helpful and informative. So hit your agendas online and you'll be able to see them. And thanks again for all the work that goes into them. Really appreciate it. All right, we don't have a motion coming forward from, again, there's no action items for the department update, so we don't need a motion. The last item in section 5 is 5.3, which are counselor updates. I'm going to full disclosure, my counselor update is sitting on the.
As a point of order, did we skip page 48 or are we just moving past that? Was I asleep?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did we have it? Oh, pardon me. I'm so sorry. She was like, woohoo. Yeah, no, appreciate it. I was ready to go. You just got off the hook. I tried. Yeah, not really. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to skip past it. Does anybody have anything for Director Wilkinson for the Community and Protective Services? Please go ahead. You should have. Everybody's gonna freak you out now. Does anybody have anything? We have Fire Services, Economic Development, FCSS, Emergency Management, Enforcement Services, Land Management, Planning. She's got a big hat. There's stats in here, folks, if there's anything that anybody would like to mention about the stats. I think our animal control bylaw is still the biggest one out of all of these. When it comes to enforcement. FCSS report is in here. We're gonna be moving, folks. Go ahead, please.
Community transportation, like the numbers on that, like the kilometers and the amount of trips and everything, that is huge amount of information. Thank you. Thank you for that. The builds, the new home builds and stuff like that. It's great news for Athabasca County and as a whole, and thank you for bringing that forward monthly or thank you.
Kudos, kudos. Gotta like that. Anybody else? Once again, well done. Appreciate it. I know these reports are huge. They take a lot of time to put together, so it's great information and it gives us a huge overview of what's going on in our county. So thank you so very much. Okay, thank you for letting me know I skipped that one. I apologize. We also have if I'm not mistaken, we're ready for council updates, which again, I will mention. I will forward mine for the next meeting, because it's sitting on the bench at home on the way out the door. So I apologize. I could try and peel it off the top of my head, but I think it's easier just to forward it to you and then add it to the next. Who would like to begin? Councilor Stacey, you ready?
I just want to know what you're talking about.
Councilor updates. So on this particular, and I apologize, I guess we didn't really brief our new councilors. When we get to this portion of the committee of the whole, which is currently our special meeting, the councilors provide an update as to what's happening either in their divisions, what they've been up to, if they've been attending different types of meetings. We don't go into your committees because that's for the regular agenda. But you know, if you've been attending community events or those types of things. So it's just basically a rundown from one meeting to the next. This one, I think, when was our last committee of the whole? It was quite a while ago. Right?
Back in September.
Back in September. So it'll be from when you began at the end of October until now as to, you know, what you would like to share with council as to what's been going on in your division, what's been happening in your, you know, with your ratepayers, events you've been attending, all these different things, conferences, those types of things.
Can I just be second
Defer?
or third, defer till I hear somebody else, so I have an idea what.
Yep, no problem. No, totally. If, yeah, we didn't give you enough information. Councilor Chamzik?
I can go
Here's
fast.
a perfect example.
I wrote mine pretty fast last night as I almost missed it myself. Over the last few months, said goodbye to some past committees and said hello to some new ones. And I'm really looking forward to some of those committees and seeing what they're like. We've taken a lot of required training, but also training in workshops. Training and workshops such as the Watershed 101 RMA insurance seminars, and of course our elected officials educational training. RMA, of course, we attended in November, very busy with lots of training and workshops. Committees have pretty much all have done or in the process of budget. As reported last county council meeting, we've made lots of headways in efficiencies and financially and in operations. Some of the great things that have happened in my community in the past little bit, of course, being Christmas, we had an amazing Grassland Gala. Also, the Atmore Community Christmas was our 26th annual. It was very well attended with like 250 people there and all for a good cause. But mine is a little bit shorter than normal, so I'll get right to it. Really happy to report that I've received some really great feedback on bridge maintenance being done, but also more positive messages from our residents about snow removal and and timing which it's been done. With all the back-to-back snowfalls, people have been pretty impressed with what we've been able to keep up with it being so busy. So shout out to Public Works for all the hard work that they've been doing. They truly are the boots on the ground. That's it.
Awesome, thank you. Councillor Hall or Deputy Redmonds?
Yeah, I can just real quick, been busy, very busy since Sona, ever since getting claimed, and thank you to Division 8 for putting their support behind me again and making me their voice. It's very, very huge thank you from me. On top of that, yeah, just fielding a few phone calls hasn't been too bad. The operators have been doing a fine job at trying to keep up the best they can on the roads and that, and yeah, it's been very busy, and now we're going to be going into Christmas, so it's even busier. So, thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Councillor Hall?
I generally provide my reports in writing.
Okay. Anybody else want to throw some things out that pop into your mind? Sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty well similar to Councillor Chamzak there. We went to the RMA. That was extremely enlightening for us newbies, I think. The also FCSS, that was awesome. I kind of misinterpreted this part of the agenda here, and I co-wrote a report as far as the FCSS conference. And so it'll be on your January 8th agenda. You'll read it there. As far as my community, they're extremely happy that our proposal to the school discussed. Anyway, I'm making an extra effort in making my presence known in bingos and stuff like that, because that way I don't, well, Perryville doesn't feel left out there. I'm getting extremely good response from them, and they're happy there. And so, yeah, what I can say is that things in Division 1 are pretty well the same as they are in most other divisions. It's busy. Snow removal is going well. People are happy. They understand when I explain why the grader isn't at their place today or yesterday for that matter. And so, yeah, things are good.
Awesome.
So just a question, I guess, for future, this is supposed to be a written report, is it?
We usually just have your notes and you provide a verbal to everyone. It's
Okay,
recorded and live streamed, so
sure. Okay.
yeah, it's just easier. It's just kind of a nice
And this
chat
happens once a month?
for the committee of the whole.
Oh, I see. Okay,
Yeah,
got
just
it.
for the committee of the whole, and it just gives us that opportunity to have a bit of a conversation. We usually have a lot of kudos to pass along to administration, because exactly as Councillor Chamzak has mentioned, we talk about the residents who've given us a phone call and said, hey, this is awesome. Sometimes it's not so awesome, so you know, you try and pass those along to CAO just to let them know what's happening. But I know, and the events, of course, that you're attending in your communities and those types of things.
So before I sign off, I just, maybe it's fine now, I guess, just on behalf of Division 1, I hope each of you pick up the little gift bag that Division 1 has for each of you, and
No.
mostly an appreciation, not only from myself, but I hope I speak on behalf of all of us newbies. You've taken us under your wing and given us extreme support, and we appreciate that.
That's awesome. Oh,
thank you.
thank you. That's very nice. Anybody else want to join in, or wait until the next time is fine? Go ahead, please, Councillor Callan.
I wasn't prepared for this either, so I'll make mine short and sweet. Division 9, north of the river, we're kind of a different breed. I appreciate them, you know, putting me at the helm of their ship, so to speak. Love the people there. They've sort of been patient with me while I've been learning when I have to defer them. They're very understanding. That I'm learning too, like where my lane is and stuff. We're having our Christmas party at Richmond Park Hall this Saturday. Looking forward to that. And yeah, same as kind of, I guess, all the other newbies, the RMA, learned a lot, got to make a lot of new connections, and the trade show was awesome and fun. And yeah, that's about it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Councillor Chisholm.
I just like to say Merry Christmas to all of Division 3 and the rest of the county of Athabasca. But it has been a really learning experience for us newbies. So, and again, just appreciate my division for having the patience that they've had, because trying to figure out how to approach and do things properly is a big learning curve. So I look forward to the next year as I become a better counselor, learning. It's been a big learning curve. So again, thank you to everybody for the patience as well as administration. Thank you, Bob and the group, because it is a big learning curve, and sometimes the deer in the headlight look is it's there for a reason. So anyways, thank you for everybody, and Merry Christmas to everybody.
Oh, that's awesome. Nice. That's really sweet because, you know, I think they, at one of our orientation, he said it was like drinking from a fire hose. I think it's like drinking from a fire hydrant. And then in 2 years, it might be drinking from a fire hose still, right? Yeah, we're all still learning. So I appreciate your words and thank you very much. Counselor Dalek.
Yeah, thank you very much, everybody. It's been a great experience, still on learning curve, but it's so nice to be working with so many great people and the new counselors and the rest of the staff. We attended the RMA convention. Complaints, mainly still the Plamondon connector and stuff. I'd just like to read, hey neighbor, sorry to be a pain in the ass. Our roads are so snowed in, my son can't make it out. Not sure if you can check, but whatever. And then the next day, thank you so much, clearing it this morning. Appreciate it. So, you know, getting stuff like that, it's good. What do you do? Attending a Christmas party, Wandering River and Procida, snowfalls. We got no turkeys in Division 6, so no bingos. Other than that, that's it.
That's awesome. Thank you. And you know, as you mentioned, the complaint one day and kudos the next is one of those things that I'm always so impressed about by Public Works. When a phone call goes in, they are so incredibly reactive and quick to jump to the pump, for lack of better words. They are awesome. When they hear about it, they deal with it. So please don't stop calling for residents if they're having an issue. Just give us a call. Give administration a call, not us as the county. Give the county a call. You will find quick response for sure. So I think with that one, we have another item up. If we're done with councilor updates, okay, fantastic. The other item we have today, 6.1 recreation fee changes, page 73 of your agenda package. There've been some recommendations to increase a few of our seasonal rates. They are not huge increases at all by any means that I felt personally, and probably long overdue. But I'll turn this over to Miss Piercy if you would like to, Miss Percy, if you would like to speak on it, please.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, there are a few recommendations here. We did do a survey this fall, so to kind of look around at the area and see if we were on par or not on par. So I provided that in here, and that kind of was the basis for our increases that we proposed. So for our seasonal campsites, we suggested increasing the resident rate from $1,800 a season to $2,000. For the non-resident, from $2,200 to $2,500. And just a note there that, yeah, the average of the 4 municipal locations surveyed was almost 2,500. So we felt like that was in line. And then the other thing there is just to make sure we're defining resident as those people's residing within the municipality of Athabasca County, renting or owning. Previously, we were applying the resident rate to county residents and the town of Athabasca Village, Boyle and Summer Villages and such. So we wanted to make that distinction as well. That's it for the seasonals. For the managed campgrounds, individual sites increased from 25 to 30 a night, and then obviously a double site would increase from 50 to 60. The average surveyed was $30.33. Unmanaged rate increased from 15 to 20. We do know that Chain Lakes is unmanaged and it's at 25 a night, so felt like that was probably reasonable. And then increase the group site from $200 to $250 a night. Lots of places do group sites kind of differently depending, and they all have different amounts of sites and stuff, but kind of averaging them out and stuff, we felt like that would be fair. And then also we wanted to increase the additional vehicle from $5 to $10. There's just not a lot of parking at these campgrounds and stuff, so kind of maybe also defer that a bit. And they already get 2 vehicles anyways per site. And then the seasonal day pass, there was 2 per, for $60, and we wanted to reduce it to 1 pass for $50. We've heard some complaints from people that other people are just selling their second ones and stuff, so that's really the only way we could think of to get around that. And then the campsite booking fee is set by the actual website that we've gone with, so we can't control that. And so that's why we changed that there as per the website contractor, and it is non-refundable, and it always has been. This just hasn't been updated. I did provide some financials there on the campgrounds. The overall gross revenue is about $312,000 in 2025. And you can see I broke it down by each campground, and then about per site, I also put in there just so that, because you can see some of them only have 3 sites and some have like 83 sites total. So just to kind of break that down there. I do have some other information if you guys want any more on the financial side. That was just all I had included in this package.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Does anybody have questions that they would like to have or concerns they'd like to bring forward? Go ahead, please, Councillor Stasia.
Yeah, just some clarification on the $50 for 1 season day pass. Is that, I can bring a camper there for 1 day in the season, or what does that mean?
No, so the season day pass is for day use and boat launches. So if you get that season day pass, you can use it at any one of our county locations
As
for the
many?
whole season.
Oh, I see. Okay.
For day pass or boat launch.
So is there also a stall available for day use in, say, I'm more familiar with Forfar, that's my territory.
Yeah.
And so I'm hearing, well, so you might need some help. I'm helping you with that. That's the one, that's the campsite that if we went, that's where it would probably be. But my question is, and I am familiar with people who just buy them and don't use them, or they sub them out. And I kind of question that as to how fair is that to people who, like myself, for example, who might want to take a camper there 1 day, go fishing, come home, and there's no spaces. So is there any provisions made for things like that?
So at Forfar and Hope are the only ones that we sell seasonal sites for, and we only do up to 50% of the sites
Okay,
as seasonals, and then the rest of them are for anybody to go on when it opens in March to book.
but then once they're booked, that's it. You can't, like if I decided on one Sunday morning, I'd like to go out there for the day, that's not gonna happen.
Oh, just for the day? Yeah, there's day use area at both Forfar and Hope and some of the
With
other.
a camper?
It'd be tight to get in there with a camper,
Okay, I
so
understand.
probably not, just your vehicle generally and a boat. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's for picnics. Yeah. Councillor Townsend.
But with the day use area, that is reducing to 1 usage of vehicle, correct?
Yeah, so it'd just be 1 pass instead of giving them 2. Yeah.
Councillor Hall?
I appreciate that we're, being more well-defined around what is a county resident. I think we provide a lot of benefits to our neighbors because we're nearby, and I don't think there's anything wrong with us saying this is something unique for the people who live inside our jurisdiction. So I have a couple of questions. Would it be reasonable that we would eventually see a business plan on this business, like a business plan for this business line in terms of which campsites we should be looking to expand, what the opportunities are for us? Should we abandon any of them and stop operating them? Should we be looking to charge more or add electricity or, like a real business plan? Because this is in competition with other businesses that actually can do it and make money. And so this is one of the things that, with the exception of the subsidy to county residents for the discounts, I don't understand why we're subsidizing it quite so heavily. And then I have a follow-up question.
So yeah, I did also take a look at like approximately the total per week for each of the campgrounds, and it's not included in your packages, but based on that, an approximate cost. We need to actually track better, and we're working with finance to be able to track better for this upcoming year per campground. So I had to do a lot of estimating on which campgrounds and such, but based on that, it's kind of assumed that probably Ghost Lake, Long Lake, North Buck, Baptiste and Jackfish are probably all losing money. And I can bring this back to it another time with the more detailed information in another report. But likely losing money. And one thing is Ghost is actually very busy, but there's only 4 sites there to be able to use. So by the time you send somebody out there a couple times a week to go through and clean it and stuff, right? So we actually did increase that one by 4 sites this year. We were taking down dangerous trees. So that actually is something we're looking at. So yes, we are looking at all of those things. And yeah, if you want, I can always bring back another report of which ones are not making the most. But even based on what you guys were provided, the per site, I think you can see based on that, like Jackfish, for instance, is one that is very low on profit. No profit. You're losing money there for sure.
And so in that, I don't necessarily mean we should mothball them or
Yeah.
sell them, or do we have a plan to make them attractive so that they're places people choose? I would be okay with higher rate fees even still for non-residents. I mean, I think the one thing about residents is we're the ones who are left here. So the people with the greatest vested interest in maintaining the health of those lakes are the people who are using them every day. And so I, don't think it's a bad thing to charge a little bit more, and we can be a market leader in, if we tend to be selling out on the seasonals, then supply and demand would be increase your price till you've got one vacant. The other question then is, so we all will acknowledge we subsidize lots of stuff. We provide big subsidies on water. We do gravel on the roads. We pay for recreation all over the place, and we provide, funding for community halls. What would it take to give county residents day use access for zero? And what technical limitations would there be? Would you have to align your pass with the plate of your car when you picked it up or something like that? But why wouldn't we take this resource that we spend a mountain of cash on? What would it cost us to just give it away to county residents? Shouldn't they get some benefit for all the money they pay? And the side benefit is it makes it affordable. Like, this isn't camping and a day use at the lake is an affordable activity for families.
Just to clarify, Madam Chair, you're just talking about the day use.
Just the day use.
Day use, trying to make day use free for county residents.
County residents. You can do whatever you want for everybody else.
Counselor Chamsey?
That was a question.
Oh, is that a question to CAO or to council?
Well, the question was, what would it take in terms of what do we need to know? What do we think it might cost? Like, is it something that's onerous to figure out? Because if it's 400 hours of work, I don't want to redirect the priorities of the admin to figure out something like this.
I don't know, we'd have to do a little work, but it'd be, the first year would be a guess as to how many people would take us up on the offer. Like, so the first year, we might be wrong until we ran if council decided to do that. And then we'd know after the first or second year that, okay, each year only 300 people apply or whatever. And then we would know, but.
Or even take a year to gather data on how many of the day uses that we sell are
Currently.
county residents versus, because my guess.
We
is
could look at
don't
that.
know.
We could take a guess at that.
Because currently we don't track for the day use if they're county versus, right? Like, so on the booking site for the overnight ones, people put in their address and stuff, right? So then we actually track where they are, but not for day use right now. But if that's something that you want, we can ask for that
I
information.
guess it depends
Yeah.
if council wants it, but I think it's something that would be relatively inexpensive for us and provide create significant goodwill for our residents to be able to, every time you go out somewhere, you can't talk to more than a handful of people before you hear, what do I get for my taxes? Well, it'd be nice to be able to say, here's one of the other things. As a county resident, you have access to all of our, because what does it actually cost us to let a county resident go and launch their boat?
Well, I think Counselor Chamsik would like to speak and Counselor Gallup would like to speak, and I'm in there.
I really like where Councillor Hall's going with that as we look at affordability for families and our county users being an out, more so summer outdoor family with plenty of kayaks and canoes, and with the Alberta government looking towards the watercraft licenses and stuff. You're right, that'd be a great way to have affordable family fun at a low cost, and something that we can do to build words like health equity back into our county. I think that you're really onto something, Councillor Hall.
We tried that at Amisk Lake years ago, before your time. It didn't work very well. The neighbors became very possessive. The neighboring campers became very possessive and were booting them out. And it became a real mess. People would just leave their junk and it became almost a garbage dump. I don't know, that maybe could work in other areas.
Thank you. I'll weigh in and then Councillor.
All I was going to say was that part of the idea is that, you know, when I think about our jobs, it's about growing population and growing like natural growth and assessment right through new builds. And one of the things we can do that's healthy for communities is to gather the community together. And, you know, if the last 6 years, I'm just sort of going backwards on the calendar, have, you know, taught us anything, being in face-to-face contact with people is healthy and good. And when you get people together, whether it's, you know, a group of neighbors gathering at the public beach on a hot night in whatever month, it connects people that might not otherwise sit down in front of each other and they have a conversation. And I think it helps take some of the venom out of all the other garbage we see going on social media when suddenly we start to know our neighbors a little better.
Okay, thank you. Just off the top of my head, all I can think about right now is the money that we're trying to raise for boat launches, playgrounds, the campsites themselves, all of those things, the facilities within the recreational areas that are in dire need. I also think about how many people in the honorarium system actually make deposits in the honorarium system and are already using it for free now. And so when you take the skin out of the game, the investment changes dramatically and the care and concern changes dramatically. I can see maybe lowering the rate if that's something council would be interested in, but completely removing it. For me, boat launches, I think there's 19 boat launches, if I'm not mistaken, that are in dire need. And I'll guarantee you, most people aren't putting their honorarium into the box now. And to completely remove it, and I'm not quite there yet, but that's just off the top of my head. Definitely not there yet. Anybody else, Councillor Callan?
You made a good point there with us trying to maybe find money for things and stuff. You'd actually be surprised at how many people do pay into an honorarium. I live in a place where there is one. You'd be shocked at how giving people are when they're not expected of something. There's also a huge mental health piece to that where, you know, that might mean a lot to that single mom being able to take her kids to the lake for the day, connect with nature, connect with family, where maybe before she could afford the gas money, but not the daily fee. There's a huge piece to that too. And we can't look at the past and maybe what things happen in one place. We do need to see the good in people and maybe give back to them a bit and show what they are getting for their money.
Well, I appreciate that. I guess
Just my opinion.
That's very cool. You know, and I appreciate that. And I have mentioned that as well when it comes to our trails. And the amount of kickback for even investing into our trails is phenomenal. So I'm a bit shocked that it would go into it just seems a little bit odd to me, because if we're talking about nature, getting together with people, the mental health, the health equity and everything else, trails are involved with that as well. And I have a heck of a time trying to convince people to invest that. So I really struggle to hear that, well, let's just give this for free, but we're not going to invest here. So I'm confused. But anyway, I got to get my head wrapped around it.
I think that's like maybe gathering the numbers, right? Would maybe be more significant to even see like if the amount of county users giving it, like, right, maybe it wouldn't make that much of a difference being, hey, here, and maybe then we would make more with the honor system. Might surprise us.
So where are we going with this one? Well, we have a recommendation for the recreation fee changes. We could start there. And see where everybody's at. And I don't know if you necessarily want me to read the whole thing, but that county council approves the following changes to the recreation section of the schedule of fees bylaw. There's several of them. I won't go through every single one of them because it's there in front of us. And Ms. Percy already discussed what they were. Please go ahead. You go ahead. Okay, Councillor Stasiak would like to make the recommended motion.
I actually had a question around the day pass. Is it tied to a vehicle? Is it one that I can buy and share with my neighbors? Is it one that I buy for my household and I'm required to register, you know, my plates against it? How do we? Because I think I heard a comment that, you know, people are subbing out or selling their passes, or when we had the other system. Does that change today, whether I just loan it to you or?
So you have to put your license plate number on it. There's a spot for the license plate number.
I can tell you that I think that's enforced because there's one on the dash of my truck that's empty right now.
Okay.
From 2024.
Councillor Chamzik, sorry.
At this point, for $10 more, I think it should stay the way it is. I drive a multitude of different vehicles. I go to the beach for a multitude of different things. I take my car. I can only take my kayak if, depending on which truck. Depends if I can take 4 or possibly 5 if it's not too sketchy. Kayaks and canoes to the lake too. So, and I mean, and I live on a farm with a multitude of vehicles. So I'm not all for having them licensed to having your license plate on them, because I could take one of my 6 vehicles if I wanted to the beach with my family, and my husband can join me later. If my best friend wants to borrow my other vehicle to do that, I'm also okay with that. If we have 2 of them, I mean, can't fit everything in a car or truck with kids.
So I think the thing that caught my attention, though was that people were actually selling them. And who knows if they weren't, you know, scalping them for a higher price. I'm still confused by that, why people would do that, but it's happening. And so we somehow have to figure out a way to make it fair for everyone. I also had a concern from a resident that mentioned it's only me. I'm the only one in this house and I had to buy a pass for 2. I couldn't just buy one for 30. So there's that aspect as well that people get frustrated there as well. So I mean, we have how many different scenarios?
I
that we
think it
can
was
make.
actually one for 50 and one for 10. The second one came for 10.
This was $60 for 2. It was $60 for 2, if I'm not mistaken.
But I mean, you just said it's 30 each. It was 60 for 2. That doesn't necessarily, could have been 50 and 10. The first one might have been
Oh, you
might
mean
have been
for the sale?
$59.
I
The
have
second
no
one was
idea.
$1.
All I'm saying is the other side of the fence here is that there's single families that only need 1 pass and they bought 2 and wanted only buy 1 for 30. So there's, like I said, there's so many different scenarios that we can look at. We just kind of have to find one that's relatively fair for everyone. You know, $50 for 1 season is pretty low as far as I'm concerned in comparison to what you've been showing us in the different areas. If you need to buy 2, well, it was $60, you're spending $40 more, right? So I don't know. I'm happy with what you've done here personally. I'm good with the recommended motion, but if there's like to be an amendment here, somebody needs to bring it forward. Go ahead, Councillor Chamsey.
I would like to amend to keep the 60 for 2 for a season.
60 for 2. Okay. Is there any discussion?
I'd add a second amendment to reduce it to 30 for 1.
So the second amendment is 30 for 1. Your amendment is 60 for 2. And the actual is 50 for 1 season day pass. So this is going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. So we'll do amendment 2 if we're ready for the vote. The amendment is 30 for 1. If we're ready, if we're ready. Oh, Lordy lifting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, and I see no opposed. I just have to do one check here. Pardon me. Okay, there's a second amendment, or the first amendment, that was the second amendment. The first amendment is, now you're gonna have to teach me on this one. We have that one passed, so it's 30 for one. The amendment now is 660 for two. Is everybody ready for that one?
Would that be kind of redundant?
Pretty much.
Would that be kind of redundant? Because like, why would you buy?
You're just pretty much gonna do it.
just don't. I don't.
Right, but it's on the floor. So we can just,
send that, and I'm not huge.
by unanimous consent, everybody, we can rescind this particular one.
Well, I think it would have changed.
Sorry?
Even if we passed it, wouldn't change anything.
It wouldn't change anything, but it would, do we need to have it in the books to look like this? No. So it's a unanimous consent to remove this one? Yes, 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 yes.
Sure.
Okay. So I guess we have the recommended motion here is that county council approves the following changes to the recreation section of the schedule of fees bylaw with the amendment of the seasonal day pass. Yeah, the seasonal day pass is $30 for one. So that kind of overrides your $50 for one. So that's the only change, correct? Everybody's happy with that? Counselor Stacey?
Is it restricted to residents or both residents and non-residents?
Sir, you're in my head now, yeah.
I was good with the 50 for one at this point in the game, but yeah.
Maybe, but here I am.
So your 30 for one, when it did not specify residents, non-residents. So at this point in the game, the 50 for one
Right.
did not either.
Could we ask again what they think of the administrative burden of proving address to sell a day pass and how badly we're gonna, because the last thing you want is for whoever's at the front desk getting, you know, growled at by somebody who says, oh, sorry, you're from, you know, the town, you have to pay more.
Yeah, if I could comment on that. So for our seasonal sites, it's a lot easier. There's only like 60 people that we have to look at in total, but for doing these, for the ladies at the front, I feel like that would be a lot of administrative burden to try to figure out if you're a resident versus non-resident personally, but.
I think it would far outweigh the cost of what the, what the pass is.
I think, okay, I'm just thinking here now, all of a sudden, 30, yeah, well, it's just, all of a sudden this kicked into me. We're going 50 to 1 and now we're dropped to the 30 to 1. There's a huge chance that we're gonna sell more passes at $30 than we're gonna sell at 50. So maybe that 30 for 1 is actually a really good thing.
Will the users increase though?
They'll,
Because
well,
presumably
yeah,
there's some people who show up without paying.
I in my mind right now, I'm thinking, you know what? If I gotta spend 30, where I was gonna actually have to spend 50, I'm probably gonna go out and buy one. Right? Instead of saying, you know what, I'm just gonna take a chance today and I'm gonna pull in here, launch my boat. Hopefully when I get back with probably no fish or one fish, I won't have a ticket. So I think we may end up actually selling more passes at 30 than passes at 50.
And you know, you have a good point there, but we have to market the hell out of it because how many people don't even know we offer a seasonal day pass?
Yeah.
There's a lot of people who don't even know that exists. So to be able to get those increase in sales, that's where our communications guy really needs to come into play here because we need to be able to market it and market it and market it. I
And-
know, like you mentioned, if you had to pay $30 rather than $10 every time you go out to the boat launch, if they're paying it, that would be a huge savings. But again, the uptake in the sales would be great so long as people know about it.
And we're helping the young mothers and stuff like that by decreasing the cost instead of making it for free. You know what? We just dropped the cost a little bit. That's I got grandkids. They love going to the beach. And that's one thing is getting that pass. So I like the 30.
Counselor Hall?
So just quickly, and this is more an open question for admin, but would it be especially difficult to gather a bit of data on where they're coming from when we buy it, when we sell these things, just so we know for maybe next year's discussion, whatever percentage of them are county people versus, you know,
Yeah, I think it would be easy to just ask. And I mean, that's the thing, people can lie, but if they're not having to pay any more for it, then they probably are not going to, right? So there's no reason to at that point. So yeah, then you could ask, are you a county resident or not, right? Really simply, and just be tallying that. I think that is reasonable, especially for this year to do.
okay. And then secondly, because we always end up with the passes, I haven't really inspected the honor box, whatever it's called. Is there a QR code that you can just scan and it charges you, or because some places, you know, you go through the donation thing and there's a QR code, you scan it and it automatically zaps you with some money out of your account. I mean, I also get that there's no cell phone coverage in 60% of the county. But you know, if you want to make it easy to pay, for me, I don't carry a lot of cash. So if I get to the honor thing, I mean, and I had to pay it, I don't know what I do either. Like maybe go home and e-transfer but like at any given moment, you know, and the cash I do carry is, I keep emergency money that I would not be willing to give up for. Like it's, you know, bills that are too big to break and there's no change there, right?
Councillor Stacey.
I want to apologize for bringing that topic up. Because I think we're splitting hairs here, actually, from a perspective of a community that cares. Maybe we're inviting people in and showing them that we really appreciate them showing up in our campgrounds. And I also think that by just letting it ride out for this 1 year, we'll be able to visit then and get a more accurate reading of how many outside people do come in, and then we can amend it at that point. I think for the time being, I'm willing to say that leave it at $30, and if more people show up, good for them. We appreciate their presence, and maybe they'll appreciate us. Maybe one of them will even move to the county. I don't know.
There you go.
Good job.
Councillor Chancellor.
Okay, this is the last thing I'm gonna say. I agree. And you know what? It's, you know, like you see, Reeve Holland mentioned with communications getting out, who knows about the tours and economic drivers behind that all? And I really like the idea of, if cell phone service permits, QR codes to be able to open those things in the future. Great discussion.
Woo-hoo. Is everybody good now? So we have Councillor Stasiak would like to move that the county council approves the the changes to the recreation section of the schedule fees bylaw as presented with the amendment for $30 for one season day pass. Is that, everybody's got all that stuff? Are we ready for the vote? All those in favor? Are there any opposed? Thank God, 8-0. Awesome.
While we're on this subject, I guess the question is, do we have enough data to know, you know, of our whatever number of seasonal sites we have, how many more people ask for them than, and I don't necessarily want you to tell us now, but it just, I mean, unless you actually just know it, but so because to me, sometimes
There was 18 that we had to turn away from Forfar.
out of,
So we had 14 residents and 40 non-residents. Because that includes Forfar and Hope Lake. And 18 had to be turned away. Those were all Forfar that we had to turn away though.
so to me, like, just when you think about we can charge those guys a heck of a lot more.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your report and bringing the information forward. We appreciate it. I think that you want to talk.
I just have a quick question. I can't wait. When do seasons passes go on sale? Is it early May? Oh,
I think we usually have them ready like once the campgrounds open up in March, so.
We should do it for Christmas. Do we have gift cards that we can manage here? Yeah. Think about that. Yep. Write your friends a check. Here's the season day pass money. There you go. All right. I think we need to take a break, folks. If we can take 10 minutes and come back at 2:25, that'd be great, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are back in session for item number 6.2, the RCMP detachment presentation, which is on page 77 of your package. The recommendation here is to receive the RCMP quarterly presentations for information. Deputy Reed Mins would like to move that motion. Was there any discussion or anything anybody would like to add with regards to the delegation and presentations we had this morning? If not, we ready for the vote? Deputy Reed Mins would like to receive the RCMP quarterly presentations for information. All those in favor? Any opposed? 8-0, thank you. I need a motion now to go into close for our last two items. Councillor Callahan would like to make the motion that we go into closed session. All those in favor? Any opposed? We are officially in closed. We're gonna have, okay, we're ready to go. Thank you so very much. We are coming out of close. We have one motion to make. Deputy Reeve Minns would like to recommend to the Alice BWA Partnership Advisory Committee that they appoint Kelly Olson as the Athabasca County Member at Large. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? We have 8-0 on that, and we will officially adjourn today's meeting at 3:22 and wish everyone a very Merry Christmas. We'll see you in the new year.